in the dry earth of Broken Hill, Zambia, once known as Kabwe, a quiet discovery was made beneath layers of sediment and stone. It was 1921, and miners searching for lead struck something unexpected: a skull. It wasn't entirely human, nor was it entirely other. It emerged from the earth as if it had been waiting for someone to listen. The Kabwe cranium, as it would come to be known, bore a heavy brow, thick bone structure, and deep sockets. Its surface was weathered yet powerful, like a mask left behind by a storyteller long gone. Scientists place it somewhere between Homo erectus and Homo sapiens, a fragment from a vanished chapter in the Book of Humanity. But unlike fossils cushioned in fanfare, this one arrived with little noise. No golden tomb, no jewels, just bone. Silent, durable, ancient. There is something sacred in its stillness. This skull is not merely a relic. It is a pause, a breath between evolutionary senses. It tells no stories aloud, and yet we cannot stop listening. Every measurement, every curve, every silent groove on its surface is a whisper from the deep past. It's easy to rush past it, to label it and shelve it. But those who sit in its presence say they feel something deeper, not knowledge, but memory. The cave where it was found no longer echoes with the sound of tools. Time has softened its walls, and dust has returned. But in the stillness of that space, something lingers. The skull once rested in darkness for tens of thousands of years, and now, exposed to light, it quietly absorbs the gaze of each visitor who dares to stare back. There are no inscriptions on the Kabwe skull, no markers of belief, no words of farewell. Yet its presence is more eloquent than any text. It speaks of transition, from animal to human, from instinct to thought, from survival to reflection. Its heavy brow casts a shadow that makes us wonder. What dreams live behind those eyes? What fears? What languages were born only in breath, lost before they could be etched in stone? Some suggest it belonged to a Homo heidelbergensis, an ancestor wrapped in mystery. Others argue it could represent a different branch, a bridge to something we still don't fully grasp. And perhaps that's the most truthful thing about it, that it resists conclusion. Like so many of history's treasures, it exists not to explain, but to deepen the question. When we imagine the person behind the skull, it's tempting to impose stories of hunting, of fire, of family and loss. But perhaps it's enough to simply imagine breath, the rise and fall of the chest, a pair of eyes adjusting to dawn. A life lived long before history had a name for it. The Kabwe cranium now rests in a museum, far from the earth that shaped it. But even behind glass, it carries a gravity that is not easy to ignore. It doesn't demand attention. It simply holds it, like a mask once worn by time itself. And as we begin this journey through history's most mysterious treasures, the Kabwe skull reminds us that some of the greatest riddles are not carved in gold or buried beneath temples. They are hidden in the curve of a cheekbone, in the silence of bone. These are the treasures that whisper instead of shout. And in listening, we remember that the past is never truly gone. It only waits. Quietly, deep in the rain-soaked jungles of southern Costa Rica, a quiet pattern emerges beneath the foliage. Hidden in the undergrowth, resting near riverbanks, and buried in once cultivated fields lie hundreds of stone spheres, ancient, perfectly rounded, and still. They are not gathered in one place, nor do they form a trail. Instead, they lie scattered like marbles dropped by a forgotten hand. Some are as small as a grapefruit. Others are wider than a grown man is tall. All of them are silent. Known simply as the stone spheres of Costa Rica, these smooth granite orbs have resisted explanation for decades. Over 300 have been discovered, most of them in the Diquas Delta, and yet no definitive answer has surfaced as to who made them, when, or for what purpose. There are no inscriptions, no tools found beside them, no known mythology to frame them. They exist beyond context, a language of form, untethered from translation. Many rest in modern places now, museum gardens, town squares, gated lawns. Removed from their origin, their mystery becomes more noticeable. In the jungle, at least, they belonged. There, softened by moss and mist, they seemed less like objects and more like phenomena, rain-shaped forests kept, left in the place they were first discovered. Their presence feels less like a puzzle and more like a quiet agreement between time and stone. Archaeologists suggest they may have been carved by the pre-Columbian Dequist culture, which flourished in the region before the Spanish arrived. Yet the Dequists left no written record. The spheres offer no clear purpose, no doorways aligned, no tombs protected, no celestial chart evident. Some believe they mark boundaries. Others think they were symbols of power, status, or cosmology. But the forest does not confirm. The river does not speak. It is their shape that deepens the intrigue. Perfectly spherical, not merely round. Even with modern tools, creating such precision in solid rock is difficult. Yet many of these spheres achieve a symmetry that challenges what we assume about ancient craftsmanship. How were they made without iron tools? How were they moved across terrain without roads or wheels? These questions hang in the air like mist among the trees. And perhaps the mystery lies not in what they mean, but in how they feel. To walk among them is to feel something ancient and ceremonial, even in the absence of ceremony. There is no sound, no chanting, no markings. Yet one senses that these stones were placed with intention. They were not dropped. They were not accidental, whether sacred or scientific, decorative or directive. They were meant to endure. Some sit alone, sun-dappled and half-covered in earth. Others are grouped loosely, like an audience waiting in silence. Over the centuries, many have been displaced, pushed aside by bulldozers, collected like trophies, even dynamited by those seeking treasure inside. But there is no treasure. The sphere itself is a treasure. In the quiet of the forest, time slows. Leaves drift, insects murmur, and among the roots and vines, a perfect sphere catches the light, its curve worn smooth by rain and wind. It does not offer answers. It offers presence. It says, I am still here, and that perhaps is the greatest wonder of all. Not the meaning, not the origin, but the endurance. These spheres have watched civilizations rise and fall. They have outlasted the language of their makers. And still they remain whole, unmoved, and utterly themselves. As we pass through the jungle and trace our fingers along the stone, we do not disturb their silence. We simply witness it. The spheres do not need to be solved. They ask only to be seen. Off the coast of Gujarat, where the Arabian Sea brushes gently against India's western shores, stories rise and fall like the tide. Among them is a legend of Dwarka, the golden city said to have been ruled by Lord Krishna himself, a city that once shimmered above the waves but now lies beneath them. For centuries, it remained a tale of gods and poetry, its existence held in the rhythm of sacred texts. But then, beneath the sea's surface, sonar picked up something unexpected. In the early 2000s, a team conducting marine surveys for routine geological purposes noticed peculiar formations beneath the Gulf of Khambat. Not natural reefs or shifting sandbars, but patterns, angular structures, rows, grids, evidence of symmetry where none should exist. As diving teams descended into the murky depths, they returned not just with sonar data, but with artifacts, pottery shards, fossilized wood, and what appear to be remnants of walls, steps, and platforms now claimed by the sea. These submerged ruins lie miles offshore in waters not known for clarity. Visibility is poor, currents are strong, and much of what rests there remains elusive. But what little has emerged has stirred both excitement and caution. Some researchers suggest this site, if confirmed as man-made, could date back 9,000 years, far older than the Indus Valley civilization, and perhaps older than any known structured city on Earth. Such a possibility reframes everything. It challenges timelines, maps, and understandings of early human development. Could it be that long before the pyramids, before Mesopotamia, a city thrived here, now drowned not by time, but by water? Ancient Hindu texts described Dwarka as a city of great beauty and complexity, with high walls, immense gates, wide boulevards, and thousands of palaces made of gold, silver, and precious stones. It was said to have been built in a single day, by divine architecture, and later swallowed by the sea after Lord Krishna's departure. For generations, this was myth, vibrant, sacred, untouchable. And now, perhaps, it is history. The sea guards its secrets well. The floor is strewn with silt and shifting sand, making excavation difficult. And in the absence of direct proof, skepticism endures. Some claim the formations are natural. Others argue that the artifacts were carried there from elsewhere by currents. But even the most cautious scholars agree, something unusual rests beneath those waves. There's a stillness that comes when imagining a city beneath the ocean, not one that sank overnight, but one slowly claimed, inch by inch, as the tide rose and time passed. Streets filled with salt water, courtyards overtaken by fish, rooftops collapsed beneath coral. Not destruction, but transformation. And what lingers most is the idea of memory, that a myth told and retold across millennia might carry echoes of truth, that oral tradition, passed through chant and verse, might remember what stone forgot. Dvarka, whether real or imagined, lives on, not just in scripture, but in the water itself. Divers speak of a hush that descends when nearing the site, not just a muffled sound of depth, but something older, as if the city, even in ruin, retains its dignity, as if it remembers. The ruins remain unconfirmed. Further excavation is costly, dangerous, and politically sensitive, but perhaps that is fitting. Perhaps Dvarka, if it lives, was never meant to be reclaimed, only glimpsed, flickering through sonar, teased through silt, visited in silence. And so, the sunken treasure Dvarka may not be gold or jewels or monumental walls. It may be the treasure of possibility itself, the space between legend and proof, where history breathes in salt and light, a city that sleeps but never forgets. In 1901, off the coast of the Greek island Antikythera, sponge divers stumbled upon the remains of a Roman-era shipwreck. Amid statues, amphorae, and the quiet collapse of ancient cargo, they recovered something unremarkable at first glance, a lump of corroded bronze, cracked and crusted by the sea. It was tossed among other artifacts, catalogued without ceremony. Only later, as it began to break apart, did its secrets slowly come to light. Inside the rusted mass were gears, teeth, axles, layers. It looked like a machine, but it was ancient, impossibly ancient. As conservators studied the fragments, a startling picture emerged. This was no simple tool. It was a device of startling complexity, filled with interlocking components made with microscopic precision, a mechanism built to track the heavens. Now known as the Antikythera mechanism, it is often described as the world's first analog computer. Dated to around 100 BCE, it could predict lunar and solar eclipses, model planetary motions, and even account for the irregular orbit of the moon. The inscriptions on its face, faint but readable, listed months, zodiac signs, and Olympiad cycles, all of it encoded into bronze, a sky written in gears. The craftsmanship is bewildering, not just a level of knowledge, but the confidence of design. The mechanism contains over 30 known gear wheels, some with irregular tooth counts to account for elliptical orbits, something even modern minds once misunderstood. It used epicyclic gearing, compound dials, and even a differential gear, a concept thought to have been invented in the 16th century. Yet here it was on a ship that sank over 2,000 years ago. Who made it? And how did this knowledge vanish? Theories abound. Some attributed to Archimedean thought, others to lost workshops in Rhodes or Alexandria. Cities of light swallowed by time. But no other device like it has ever been found from that period. It is alone, singular in its elegance, like a word spoken in a language no one else used. What deepens a mystery is not just its existence, but its disappearance. For over a millennium, nothing comparable appears in the historical record. No successor, no evolution, no tradition carried forward. The knowledge that made the Antikythera mechanism seems to have flickered briefly, brilliantly, and then gone dark, like a star that shines and then vanishes behind cloud. We study it now with X-rays and 3D scans, digitally unwinding the rusted layers of its body. In doing so, we are not just reconstructing a machine, we are reconstructing a mindset. Someone long ago believed that the movements of the heavens could be held in the palm of a hand. That time could be measured, predicted, and understood not with prayer, but with mechanism. And yet, despite its brilliance, the device was forgotten, perhaps too complex for its time, or too precious, hoarded by a few, and then lost at sea. The ship that carried it may have been a treasure-laden vessel, transporting artworks and wonders from the Greek world to Rome. Among them, this small object, unassuming but unlike anything else, Today, the fragments rest behind glass, protected in a museum in Athens. They do not shimmer. They do not rotate, but they still speak. Slowly, patiently, they reveal what was once possible, not only in technology, but in imagination. To look at the Antikythera mechanism is to feel time folding. It is to understand that progress is not a straight line, that knowledge blooms and fades like any other light. It reminds us that the ancient world was not always primitive, and the modern world not always wise. And perhaps most beautifully, it shows us that even in rust, brilliance survives. Even in ruin, there is rhythm. The gears may no longer turn, but the stars they once followed still move overhead, unchanged and still waiting to be understood. In the early 20th century, near what is now modern-day Iraq, a curious artifact was unearthed. It looked simple, a clay jar, unadorned, with a copper cylinder inside and a rod of iron suspended in the middle. At first glance, it resembled a storage vessel or perhaps part of a forgotten tool. But as researchers examined it more closely, something unexpected began to emerge. This jar, dated to around 200 BC, held the basic components of a galvanic cell. In other words, it could function as a battery. The so-called Baghdad battery challenges what we believe about ancient technology. Electricity, as a field of knowledge, is typically associated with modern invention. Benjamin Franklin's kite, Faraday's magnetic coils, Edison's lamps. Yet here in a Mesopotamian ruin was an object that seemed to predate them all. A clay jar that, when filled with acidic liquid, could produce a small but measurable voltage. No inscriptions explain its use. No companion texts describe its function. It is an orphan object, isolated, self-contained, and silent. But within its silence is the possibility of forgotten genius. Speculation flourished. Some imagined rows of these batteries powering early electroplating workshops, artisans coating silver onto gold, metal onto sculpture, using knowledge passed down in secrecy. Others envisioned medical use, controlled shocks or mystical rituals conducted with energy no one could see. More skeptical voices suggested it was merely a storage container, its resemblance to a battery a coincidence. But the shape lingers, the materials align, the function remains plausible, and that plausibility opens a quiet door. If the ancients did experiment with electricity, what else might they have known? What insights might have flickered briefly in hidden rooms, lost before they could spread? The Baghdad battery does not confirm an advanced technological age, but it suggests that curiosity lived everywhere, that the desire to experiment, to mix copper with iron, to observe reactions, to wonder, was not limited by time. The object itself is humble. There are no golden inlays, no grand architecture, just ceramic, metal, and the remnants of bitumen used to seal it. A handmade thing, small enough to hold, yet heavy with implication. Its mystery lies not in grandeur, but in restraint. It doesn't shout. It waits. We cannot know what hands placed the iron rod into the copper tube, or who sealed the jar. We do not know if it ever hummed with energy, or if it was one of many. But we know someone built it. Someone shaped it. Someone long ago had an idea and made it real. And maybe that is enough. Maybe the Baghdad battery is not a lost technology, but a quiet testimony to ancient minds that observed and imagined in ways not unlike our own. Not everything must be proof. Some things are simply reminders. Reminders that history is never complete. That invention is not linear. That the spark of discovery can flare in any age, in any place, and leave behind only questions. The battery rests now in a museum in Baghdad, behind protective glass. Visitors walk past it every day, some stopping, some moving on. To many, it seems unremarkable, a jar among many. But for those who pause, there is something else, a feeling, a flicker, not of electricity, but of wonder. Deep in the Valley of the Kings, where the cliffs rise like stone sentinels and the silence holds the weight of centuries, lies a tomb that quietly resists belonging. Tomb KV-55, discovered in 1907, is small by royal standards, modest, unfinished, and strangely bare. Yet within its walls was found a body, a coffin, a scattering of relics, and a cloud of confusion that has lingered ever since. Unlike the grandeur of Tutankhamun's tomb or the precision of Seti's, KV-55 feels uncertain, as if built in haste or secrecy. The artifacts within it bear conflicting names, some chiseled off, others overwritten. The coffin, intricately carved, was clearly intended for royalty, yet its inscriptions have been deliberately defaced. The face was removed. The name was scraped. The identity of the person inside, obscured, altered, perhaps even erased. When archaeologists examined the remains, they found a male in his mid-30s, mummified but damaged, the linen wrappings disordered, the bones brittle from exposure. Some scholars identified him as Akhenaten, the radical pharaoh who had abandoned Egypt's traditional gods in favor of the singular Aten. Others suggested a lesser royal or even an imposter, but the body itself offers no clear answer. DNA analysis has pointed toward close familial ties to Tutankhamun, perhaps his father. But why then this tomb? Why here? KV-55 doesn't match its neighbors. It lacks the wall paintings, the spells from the Book of the Dead, the structure that guides a soul to the afterlife. It feels temporary, almost reluctant, a place meant not to honor, but to hide. And there's the coffin. Though crafted with the symbolism of kingship, its design was altered. The golden mask, once a sign of divinity, was gone, the nameplate removed, the uraeus, symbol of power, torn off. It's as if someone tried to undo the person's identity, not just in death, but in memory. Akhenaten's reign was one of disruption. He moved Egypt's capital, elevated the sun disk Aten above all other gods, and transformed religious practice in ways that shook the very foundations of tradition. After his death, there was a deliberate effort to erase his legacy. His statues were destroyed, his temples dismantled, his name vanished from king lists. Perhaps KV-55 is part of that erasure, a burial performed out of duty, not reverence. A quick concealment of a king too controversial to celebrate, too royal to discard. Or perhaps it was something else entirely, a tomb for someone close to power, caught in the shadows of history. The few items recovered, canopic jars, a gilded shrine, a dismantled coffin, offer clues but no certainties. Even the inscriptions left intact seem hesitant, full of missing pronouns and vague titles. No definitive claim, no full name, just fragments, hints. In the soft flicker of lamplight, the tomb's walls seem to close in slightly, as if protecting their silence. Unlike other royal burials, KV-55 holds no air of triumph. It is somber, still unresolved, a riddle carved into limestone and sealed with heat. To stand at its threshold is to feel not awe, but unease. The kind of unease that comes from knowing a story has been partially erased, its ending rewritten, its main character unnamed. And yet, the presence remains. Whoever lies within, their bones have held on to the mystery. Their breath is long gone, but the questions they leave behind are alive. We may never know the full truth of KV-55, whether it holds a heretic king, a fallen prince, or someone else entirely. The tomb continues to sit quietly among its grander neighbors, a footnote that refuses to fade. And so, we do not press it for answers. We let it rest, unresolved, a space where history pauses and breathes. Some treasures shine in gold. Others shine in silence. In the heart of the Sahara, where wind carries dust across dunes that shift with the seasons, there are places not marked on maps. Quiet towns that seem carved from the sand itself. One such town is Shingeti in modern-day Mauritania. It sits still, sun-baked and wind-worn, but behind its thick earthen walls lies something few would expect. Libraries. Not modern ones with glass cases and polished shelves, but ancient private collections, handwritten, inherited, and hidden. These are the desert libraries, repositories of parchment and memory. Their books are not bound in modern materials, but in leather, goat skin, and time. Their pages curl at the edges, their ink faded by years of handling. Yet the words remain. Written in Arabic and other local tongues, these manuscripts speak of astronomy, philosophy, medicine, law, and poetry. Some are devotional, others scientific. Some were copied by candlelight, others composed under open sky. All of them hold silence carefully. Families here have guarded these collections for generations, passed from father to son, preserved in the dry air. Hidden during times of war and colonial intrusion, these libraries were never built for display. They were built for remembrance. In rooms with no electricity, under low ceilings and sandy beams, knowledge has been kept alive, not by institutions, but by tradition. Scholars who visit speak of awe, not just at the content of the manuscripts, but at their resilience. Some texts seem to predate much of what we assume about recorded history in the region. There are writings on mathematics centuries before Western Europe rediscovered algebra, treatises on medicine that echo in modern practice, star charts that track with uncanny precision. And beyond the knowledge itself is the care. Each manuscript wrapped, stacked, and watched over like a living relative. No catalog exists for the entirety of these collections. Some estimates suggest tens of thousands of manuscripts remain unstudied, untouched by modern analysis. Not because of neglect, but because of reverence. These are not items to be scanned and filed. They are voices, ancestors speaking softly in ink and dust. Many of the library caretakers are not formally trained scholars. They are guardians, chosen by lineage and bound by honor. They may not read every word of every page, but they understand the weight of what they hold. To remove a book is not a casual act. To unfold a scroll is to break time itself. The desert has helped protect them. The dryness of the air, the isolation of the towns, the absence of moisture or mold. All of these have preserved what libraries in other climates have long since lost. Here, in the vast emptiness of sand and sun, the written word has endured. And yet, these libraries are fragile. The buildings are aging. Youth often leave for the city. Global interest flickers, then fades. A few have been digitized, their contents slowly made available to researchers abroad. But many remain in their original rooms, untouched, unread, waiting. It is tempting to speak of discovery, of uncovering lost knowledge. But perhaps what is more important is to listen, to understand that these manuscripts were never truly lost. They were simply not ours to see. They belong to the land, to the families, to the long quiet of the desert. To sit in one of these rooms, parchment in hand, is to feel history without noise. No alarms, no announcements. Just a faint rustle of a turning page, the dry scent of leather and ink, the soft whisper of a language written long ago. These libraries remind us that knowledge is not always held in grand halls or global databases. Sometimes it is folded in linen, hidden behind clay walls, passed hand to hand in silence. Sometimes it waits, not for rescue, but for respect. And so we let the desert speak, not with wind, but with words. Words that have not moved for centuries. Words that are still and sacred. Across the vast and open steppes of Kazakhstan, the wind carries a hush that has long covered the land, a silence filled with memory. These plains, where grasses bend like waves under endless sky, once echoed with the hoofbeats of nomads. And beneath one such field near the town of Issyk, a burial mound revealed something shimmering beneath centuries of earth and stillness. A warrior lay to rest, draped in gold. Discovered in 1969, the tomb held what would come to be known as the Golden Man, a Scythian figure clothed in an astonishing array of over 4,000 gold ornaments. From the pointed headdress that rose like flame to the boots stitched with tiny plaques, every part of his attire glimmered with deliberate brilliance. Symbols of deer, horses, birds, and mythical beasts adorn his body in intricate patterns, not merely for decoration, but for meaning. His identity remains a mystery. No name survives. Some believe he was a prince, others a warrior of high rank. There's even speculation that the body might belong to a woman, a noble or shaman cloaked in ceremonial attire. The skeleton was too fragmented to confirm, and so the figure becomes not just anonymous, but symbolic, not a person but a presence. Around the Golden Man were placed weapons, pottery, and delicately worked bronze. A silver bowl bore an inscription in a language not fully deciphered, hinting at words once spoken and now forgotten. But it was the gold that spoke loudest. Thin, hammered pieces shaped into delicate motifs, sewn onto cloth and leather with the care of reverence. This was not casual wealth. This was storytelling in metal. Gold, unlike flesh, does not decay. It carries light across time, untarnished by wind or soil. And so we see the figure not as dust, but as he must have appeared in life, luminous, commanding, regal, a sunlit silhouette rising from the land. The Scythians, nomadic peoples of the Eurasian steppe, were known for their horsemanship, their fierce independence, and their rich artistic tradition. Yet much of what we know of them comes from outsiders, from Greek writers who marveled at their customs. The Golden Man, however, speaks from within, not through words, but through form, through detail, through gold shaped by fire and hand. Each motif stitched into his attire may have told a story, of lineage, of conquest, of belief. The deer, with its sweeping antlers, represented power and transcendence. The winged beast may have symbolized protection in the afterlife. Nothing was random. Every piece, no matter how small, was placed with intention. And yet, the figure lies alone. No palace, no monument, no inscription of legacy. Just a mound, the soil, the steppe. It is a reminder that greatness can be quiet. That remembrance does not always require words. Sometimes it only requires the patience of earth, the guardianship of wind. To visit the Issyk site today is to feel time stretched thin. The land is open, unmarked, and yet beneath your feet is the memory of fire, forge, and farewell. The warrior may have risen with the dawn, hunted under wide skies, spoken languages now gone. But in death, he became something else, a mirror, a figure onto which we project wonder, respect, and the longing to know more. Replicas of the Golden Man now stand in museums and plazas, a national symbol of Kazakhstan's ancient heritage. But the original remained protected, studied, its secret slow to yield. And perhaps that is fitting. The figure was meant to last, not to explain. It endures as gold does, quietly, brilliantly, forever. We will never know his name, but we know that someone wept for him, that someone stitched those golden shapes by firelight, that someone watched the tomb close and the earth cover his form. And now, centuries later, we too bear witness. In the wind of a steppe, the silence remains. And in that silence, the Golden Man waits, not to be solved, but to be seen. Far out in the Pacific Ocean, on a remote volcanic island carved by wind and isolation, lies one of the world's quietest enigmas. Easter Island, or Rapa Nui, is best known for its moai, the towering stone figures whose silent faces have become icons of mystery. But tucked among its lesser-known relics is something even more elusive, the script of Rongorongo, etched in wood, locked in silence. These inscriptions are not found on stone monuments or grand walls, but on small wooden tablets, smooth and darkened by time, many shaped from driftwood, palm, or toro miro. The glyphs carved into them are unlike any known writing system. They are not letters in the way we recognize, nor images in the way we understand. They are figures, humanoid shapes, animals, tools, plants, all repeated in mesmerizing sequences, rows of looping lines, each character flowing into the next with a rhythm that feels almost musical. Discovered by Western explorers in the 19th century, the tablets were already rare by then. Much of Rapa Nui's oral history had been lost through colonization, disease, and forced labor. By the time the glyphs reached foreign eyes, few, if any, islanders could read them. What they meant, who carved them, and how they were used had already begun to fade. Linguists and cryptographers have studied Rongorongo for generations, searching for patterns, repetitions, mathematical codes. But no one has cracked its syntax. There is no Rosetta Stone, no key, just fragments of context, half-remembered traditions, and the persistent whisper that these signs once carried weight, perhaps sacred, perhaps practical. What makes Rongorongo even more unusual is its format. The script is written in Boosterfeedon, each line carved in one direction, then flipped in the next like the path of an ox plowing a field. The figures even face different directions depending on the row, giving the impression that the reader must physically turn the tablet to follow the narrative. This turning becomes a kind of ritual, a dance between reader and object, even if the dance steps are now forgotten. Some theories suggest Rongorongo was a form of proto-writing, used for ceremonial chants, genealogies, or calendars. Others believe it was a mnemonic device, not meant to be read word by word, but to cue the recitation of remembered stories. Still others propose it was never writing in the conventional sense at all, but a sacred visual code used only by trained elites or priests. The tablets are few. Only 24 are known to survive. Some were destroyed. Others lie in museums far from the island, their origins poorly documented, their meaning suspended in exile. To stand before a Rongorongo tablet is to stand before a puzzle with missing edges. The glyphs do not shout. They do not explain. They invite gently a slower kind of attention, one that asks not for answers, but for patience. Each mark is deliberate. Each curve, each figure, carved not in haste but with devotion. The hands that made them believed in what they were doing, even if we no longer understand what that was. In a world obsessed with decoding and definition, Rongorongo resists. It reminds us that not all language is meant to be translated. Some is meant to be held, to be wondered at, to be remembered not for what it says, but for what it almost says. The silence of Rongorongo is not empty. It is full of the sound of waves brushing stone, of rituals now unperformed, of names spoken only once and then lost to the wind. It is the silence of breath held, not forgotten, and so we sit with it, not to conquer its meaning, but to share in its stillness, to trace the lines with our eyes and feel, if only faintly, the echo of what once was written, and might still be read if not with a mind then with a heart. Somewhere between myth and manuscript, between gold-leaf scrolls and whispered initiation rites, there exists a legend as durable as stone and as elusive as smoke. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth. They are not emerald in the way we understand a gem, and they are not tablets in the common sense of stone slabs lined with dates. They are ideas, echoes, reflections, passed to the hands of alchemists, philosophers, and seekers of secrets. The story begins in the midst of antiquity with Thoth, the Egyptian god of wisdom, writing, and celestial balance. Later, he was blended into the figure of Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice great, part deity, part sage, part symbolic fusion of Egyptian and Greek traditions. It is said that Thoth, or Hermes, etched onto these mysterious tablets the foundational principles of the universe, laws that govern not just matter, but mind, not just the visible, but the hidden. That which is below is like that which is above. The text begins, a sentence that has resonated through centuries of alchemical inquiry. The phrase, like the tablet itself, is compact, layered, and endlessly interpreted. To some, it is a formula for transmuting metals. To others, a metaphor for inner transformation. To yet others, a code for understanding the structure of the cosmos. It has been called a riddle, a guide, a divine whisper. The original tablet has never been seen. There is no archaeological evidence of its physical form. What survives are translations, copies, and commentaries from Arabic texts, medieval Latin manuscripts, and Renaissance esoteric compilations. They vary in tone and content, but all point towards something eternal, something just out of reach. The Emerald Tablet has become a symbol not of certainty, but of pursuit. And in that pursuit, the tablet glows, not with emerald light, but with the kind of light the mind conjures in its quietest moments, a light made not of photons, but of yearning. It invites the reader not merely to understand, but to transform, to look inward, to question, to dissolve boundaries between body and soul, matter and spirit, question and answer. Alchemists saw in the tablet a roadmap. It was said to contain the secrets of the philosopher's stone, the mystical agent of transformation that could turn base metals into gold and awaken divine potential in the human being. Others read it as a cosmological statement, a distillation of how the universe unfolds, contracts, breathes. Whether literal or symbolic, physical or metaphysical, it has been read in many ways, and perhaps that is the point. There is no single Emerald Tablet. There is no original text to pin down, no definitive edition. It floats, timeless, borderless, in the space between disciplines. Scientists have quoted it. Mystics have meditated on it. Poets have built metaphors upon its verses. Its survival does not depend on stone. It survives in language, in silence, in the quiet thrill of the unknown. To descend into the legend of the tablet is to descend into layers. First the myth of Thoth, then the blend into Hermes, then the appearance in Arabic texts, then the European rediscovery. Each step further from the original, yet somehow deeper into its meaning. It is like chasing a reflection in dark water, shifting, soft, and somehow whole. Even in modern times, the emerald tablet continues to inspire. It appears in novels and films, in the quiet footnotes of quantum theory. It has become a metaphor for integration, of opposites, of dualities, of fragments into unity. Its message is not dogmatic, but open-ended, not a doctrine, but a doorway. And maybe that is its real treasure, not the promise of gold or power, but the invitation to seek, the call to wonder, to step away from what is known and ask again, what is real, what is hidden, what connects the stars above to the thoughts within. The emerald tablet does not answer. It does not reveal. It simply remains, translucent, persistent, and untouched by time, a surface we can gaze into, but never quite touch. A tablet made not of stone or emerald, but of silence, of longing, of mystery. In the quiet recesses of dimly lit museums and private collections, there are objects that seem to stare back, translucent, smooth, and haunting. The crystal skulls, carved from solid quartz, are unlike anything else in the archaeological world. Neither bones nor fossils, they mimic the human form in chilling detail, yet reflect light in a way that gives them an otherworldly presence. Some are palm-sized, others are life-sized. All are silent, discovered in various parts of the world. From Central America to Europe, these skulls have long stirred both fascination and skepticism. Their origin stories are as varied as their forms. One was said to be found in the jungles of Belize. Another emerged mysteriously in Mexico. Others in unknown collections with no documentation. Their surfaces are so smooth, so intricately shaped, that early investigators wonder how ancient hands could produce such precision without the use of modern tools. Carved from clear or milky quartz, a material harder than steel. The skulls show no obvious tool marks, no evidence of chisel or abrasion. Some claim they must have been created with diamond-tipped drills or advanced polishing techniques, technologies far beyond what ancient civilizations are believed to have possessed. Others argue that patient hand polishing over years could achieve similar effects. But the mystery remains suspended between possibility and doubt. Those who believe in their authenticity suggest they may be relics of a lost civilization, perhaps Atlantean or remnants of forgotten advanced society that understood crystal not just as decoration, but as conduit. Legends swirl around the skulls, telling of healing powers, encoded knowledge, even voices that speak when the light is right. In esoteric traditions, quartz is said to store energy in tension or memory. The skulls then become more than sculpture, they become vessels. But science has pushed back. Advanced analysis has revealed inconsistencies. Microscopic inspection of some skulls has shown evidence of rotary wheels, abrasives, and markings consistent with 19th or 20th century craftsmanship. The British Museum and the Smithsonian, both housing examples of crystal skulls, have published studies suggesting they were likely made in Europe during a time of intense fascination with the exotic and the occult. They were perhaps created not as forgeries, but as curiosities, inspired by the mystery of ancient cultures, not born from them. And yet, even in the face of scientific explanation, the crystal skulls continue to hold power. Their presence is hard to ignore. To look into one is to feel watched. Their empty eyes, smooth and featureless, seem not blank but open, as if waiting. They do not blink. They do not age. They simply exist between clarity and shadow. Perhaps their mystery lies not in what they are, but in what we see in them. A skull, after all, is a universal symbol of mortality, of wisdom, of the unknown. To carve it in crystal, a substance both fragile and enduring, is to fuse the visible with the invisible. The skulls reflect back not answers, but questions. Who made you? Why were you shaped in this form? What do you remember? Whether they are ancient relics or modern artifacts of wonder, the crystal skulls remind us of something important. That mystery is not always meant to be solved. Sometimes it is meant to be sat with, observed, reflected in. Their value may not be in their provenance, but in the quiet tension they hold between belief and doubt, fact and faith. In a darkened room, under a single light, a crystal skull rests. Its surface gleams. Its features are human, but its essence is not. You can circle around it, study it from every angle, but you will not find its center. It is not hiding anything. It simply is. And so we sit with them. These transparent faces from no clear time. These eyes that never close. These echoes in stone. They do not need to prove themselves. They have already done enough by existing, by being held, by making us wonder. Folded gently beneath glass, guarded in silence and shadow, lies a linen cloth that has been looked at more closely than almost any other. It is long and faintly marked, its fibers aged, its weaves soft and simple. But on its surface is something that draws the eye again and again, the image of a man front and back, imprinted as if by heat or light, yet not drawn or painted. The Shroud of Turin has endured not just centuries of exposure, but centuries of attention. Its history is as layered as the cloth itself. Some trace its journey back to medieval Europe, while others follow a deeper thread, to Constantinople, Edessa, or even the tomb outside Jerusalem. But beyond origin, beyond carbon testing or artistic analysis, there's the image itself. A face, a body, wounds that correspond to crucifixion, bloodstains along the brow, wrists, side, and feet. Not gory, not dramatic, but quietly present, like the final imprint of breath. The man on the shroud appears peaceful, yet marked by suffering. His arms crossed over his waist. His features soft, indistinct, but not erased. The image is not formed by pigment or dye. Microscopic analysis suggests that the faint outline exists only on the outermost fibers of the linen, less than the width of a human hair. No brushstrokes, no ink, just shadow, as if light itself had whispered across the cloth and then vanished. Scientists have tried to replicate it. Artists have tried to explain it. Radiocarbon dating in the 1980s suggested the cloth was medieval, but that date is still debated. The tested fibers may have been from a later repair, not the original weave. Other tests have pointed to pollen grains and mineral traces that tie the shroud to the Middle East. Still others note that the image carries three-dimensional qualities not found in paintings, and that it behaves oddly under photographic negatives. But none of it brings certainty. And perhaps it is not certainty that gives the shroud its power, but uncertainty, a space between belief and analysis, where the sacred and the speculative sit side by side. The cloth does not declare itself. It does not ask to be believed. It simply remains. For some, it is a relic of the resurrection, the burial cloth of Christ, marked by divine energy at the moment of return. For others, it is a masterful medieval creation meant to inspire devotion or awe. For many, it is both a physical object and a spiritual mirror, a canvas of longing, of hope, of sorrow made tangible. To stand before it, even in reproduction, is to feel a kind of hush, the quiet of something not explained, not forced. The face on the cloth does not look out in judgment. It does not speak, but it is seen. It asks to be seen. And what the viewer brings, faith, doubt, reverence, skepticism, becomes part of the experience. The Shroud of Turin has been displayed to millions. It has been hidden during times of war, guarded during fires, transported with care through centuries of change. Each time it is shown, the crowds come quietly, not for spectacle, but for reflection. And when it is not on view, it rests, folded, protected, in a cathedral vault, linen pressed against linen, fibers holding a history no one fully owns. It has survived not because of certainty, but because of reverence, a reverence that transcends evidence, rooted not in proof, but in presence. What matters may not be whether it is real in a historical sense, but that it is real in the human one, that it speaks softly to suffering, to love, to something beyond explanation. It reminds us that mystery is not a flaw, but a space, a place to sit, to breathe, to imagine. And so we do not ask the shroud to explain itself. We do not tug at its threads. We simply look, and in that quiet looking, we find something more than an image. We find a reflection, not a single man, but of all who have suffered, all who have hoped, all who have sought meaning in silence. It is just cloth, and yet somehow it is more. Beneath the sands of Saqqara, where tombs and shafts open like forgotten breaths in the earth, a small object was uncovered. It was carved from light wood, no longer than a man's hand, and shaped like a bird, wings outstretched, tail raised, head pointed forward. But unlike the symbolic falcon so common in ancient Egyptian art, this carving had no painted eyes, no royal crown. Instead, it had a smooth symmetry, a balance and form that caught the attention of those who looked closer. It was found in 1898 among other artifacts in a tomb dated to around 200 BCE. Catalogued without much ceremony, it sat in the Cairo Museum for decades, labeled simply as a bird-shaped object. But in the latter part of the 20th century, its shape began to stir new questions. The wings, curving downward, the tail, vertical like a rudder, the body, streamlined. To some, it did not resemble a bird at all. It resembled flight, mechanical, intentional, and designed. The Saqqara bird, as it came to be known, sparked curiosity not just from archaeologists, but from engineers and aerodynamicists. Scale models were tested in wind tunnels. Diagrams were drawn. And while the object lacks a stabilizing elevator, a key feature in control flight, its form does exhibit lift-generating properties. It glides. It moves through air not as a symbol, but as a shape that remembers the sky. Could the ancient Egyptians have understood principles of flight? Could this carving be a model, a prototype, a teaching tool? Or is it simply coincidence? The convergence of stylized artistry and natural symmetry? These questions remain, hovering like wings caught mid-motion. What makes the Saqqara bird so compelling is not just its shape, but its context. Egypt's long history of symbolism often blurs the lines between real and metaphoric. Birds, especially falcons, were deeply sacred, linked to Horus, to the soul, to divine protection. But this bird is different. It has no feet. It does not perch. It is not a bird that rests. It is a bird that moves. Some fringe theories suggest it is evidence of ancient aerial knowledge, perhaps a model of a glider, or even a ceremonial representation of something now lost to time. Others insist it is nothing more than a toy or a weather vane, misunderstood in its simplicity. But the desert, as always, does not argue. It offers the object and waits. To sit with a Saqqara bird is to feel the possibility of forgotten imagination, not fantasy, but quiet reminder that ancient minds were no less curious than ours, that wonder did not begin with engines or blueprints, that perhaps, long ago, someone watched the ibis soar over the Nile and wondered, could we follow? Whether the carving was a child's toy, a ritual object, or a piece of aerodynamic insight, it holds its silence well. It does not explain itself. It rests weightless in our questions. Its wood has darkened over time, but the grain still shows where the hands once smoothed it. The curve of the wings is gentle, as if caught mid-flight, and the tail, rising like a vertical fin, speaks not to nature, but to design. We will never know who carved it, whether they were a craftsman, a priest, a dreamer, or all three. But in that carving is a gesture, small, careful, enduring, a gesture that says, I saw something fly and I wanted to understand. The desert wind still blows across Saqqara, lifting grains of sand that have fallen and risen for millennia. It whispers through the open tombs, around columns that no longer hold roofs, across statues whose names are worn away. And somewhere in a quiet corner of a museum, the Saqqara bird still waits, wings out, nose pointed forward, not as a relic but as a question. Not every mystery needs to be solved. Some simply ask us to look up. Bound in calfskin and faded by centuries of handling, the Voynich manuscript sits like a secret no one can crack. Its pages are filled with ink and image, but not with answers. Written in a looping, flowing script that matches no known language, the manuscript offers no title, no author, no introduction. Just line after line of symbols that resist understanding, as though the book speaks in a tongue that was never meant to be spoken aloud. Discovered in 1912 by a Polish book dealer named Wilfred Voynich, the manuscript was found hidden in the collection of an Italian Jesuit college. But its history likely reaches back to the 15th century, based on carbon dating of the vellum pages. Since its rediscovery, it has passed to the hands of linguists, codebreakers, cryptographers, and curious dreamers, all trying and failing to make sense of it. Its script, now known as Voynichese, flows with the confidence of a practiced hand. The writing shows consistent grammar, repetition, and internal rules, as if written fluently in a real language. And yet, That language remains unknown. No cipher has cracked it. No parallel alphabet has explained it. It exists completely outside of what we understand, familiar only in its rhythm, not in its meaning. The images only deepen the mystery. The first sections contain what seem to be plants, stems, leaves, and blossoms, but none are identifiable. They resemble earthly flora, but twist in unfamiliar ways, like species from another world. Some leaves look like lungs. Some roots look like veins. Others are combinations of real plants that do not grow together or do not grow at all. Other pages show circular diagrams, wheels within wheels, spirals dotted with symbols, like calendars, star maps, or philosophical charts. Their purpose is unclear. Are they astrological guides? Alchemical maps? Abstract meditations on time and space? They offer structure, but no explanation. Then there are the human figures. Small, nude women drawn in the margins and within pools or tubes that seem to connect to each other. They appear in clusters, bathing or floating, surrounded by stars, plants, or organ-like shapes. Some suggest these are metaphors for health or fertility, part of a medieval medical text. Others see something more mystical, even surreal. And through it all, the script, the diagrams, the illustrations, no single theory holds. Some believe it is a lost language. Others, a coded message. Still others think it's a hoax, a meaningless invention created to baffle and sell. But if it is meaningless, it is a profound kind of meaninglessness, filled with structure, intent, and strange beauty. To turn the pages of the Voynich manuscript, even in high-resolution scans, is to feel both closer to and farther from understanding. Each page invites interpretation, but refuses certainty. It becomes less a puzzle to solve and more a mirror for the mind, reflecting what we hope to see. Some readers believe the manuscript is a work of alchemy, a personal notebook of secret experiments and observations. Others think it is spiritual, a book of private visions encoded to protect sacred knowledge. And some see in it the first sparks of science fiction, the imagining of another world using tools of this one. Yet it remains silent. No annotation clarifies it. No margin explains. No letter has been matched with a known tongue. It remains alone, not just unread, but unreadable. And still it draws us in. Because perhaps what matters most about the Voynich manuscript is not what it says, but that it was made, that someone or many someones sat down with pen and purpose, page after page, building something no one else could share. A world written inward, not outward. A creation not meant for understanding, but for being. There is peace in the unreadable, a kind of stillness that modern life rarely allows. The manuscript does not demand we unlock it. It only asks that we witness it, that we sit with its quiet strangeness and let it speak in its own way, not through translation, but through presence. And in that presence, we find not frustration, but wonder. Not every book is meant to be read. Some are meant to be felt. Among the brittle parchments and faded papyri of the Dead Sea Scrolls, there lies one scroll that doesn't crumble with touch. It does not flake or tear. It does not whisper like dried reeds or old linen. Instead, it clinks. It holds weight. It gleams faintly, even under centuries of dust. The copper scroll, unlike all others discovered in the Qumran caves, was not written on hide or parchment, but etched into thin sheets of metal. Copper, beaten flat, then engraved with letters that were meant not to fade. It was found in Cave 3 near the Dead Sea in 1952, rolled tightly and sealed by time. So brittle had the metal become that it had to be cut into sections to be read, not unfurled, but dissected, and what the scholars discovered inside was unlike any other scroll from the same trove. No hymns, no laws, no religious commentary, no apocalyptic visions. Instead, a list, line after line detail locations and quantities. In the ruins and in the valley of Achor, under the steps, 40 talents of silver, and another, in the cistern which is in the courtyard of the peristyle, 70 talents of silver. Altogether, it speaks of more than 60 caches, containing vast amounts of gold, silver, and sacred vessels, hidden across the Judean wilderness. It reads not like scripture, but like an inventory, a map without a map, a voice from the past giving coordinates in the language of stones and thresholds, using place names now lost or transformed by time. The temptation is immediate. Treasure? Real, buried treasure. Hidden by priests fleeing the Roman legions, perhaps during the siege of Jerusalem? Or was it symbolic, allegorical, coded in religious meaning rather than earthly value? If the amounts are true, the wealth described would rival royal treasuries. But no such treasures have ever been found. Some believe the scroll refers to the Second Temple's hidden reserves, concealed before destruction. Others suggest it relates to the Essenes, the community believed to have written many of the Dead Sea Scrolls, and that the wealth described is either mythical or spiritual in nature, never meant to be unearthed, a metaphor for sacred knowledge, perhaps a text of hidden teachings disguised as gold. Yet the writing is plain. Unlike other scrolls that weave poetry and law, the copper scroll is blunt, almost dry. It names wells, walls under stairs, and tree roots. It gives directions in cubits, lists weights and talents. It seems literal, specific, and grounded, and that literalness is what makes it so compelling, because it resists interpretation even as it invites it. But time has changed the land. Earthquakes, erosion, rebuilding. Caves collapsed, trees gone, cisterns filled. Even if the scroll was once a true guide, its landmarks may now be unrecognizable, like a key to a door that no longer stands. And so the copper scroll glows with potential, yet yields nothing. A list without a finder, a trail without footprints. It sits now in a museum in Amman, Jordan, its pieces joined, its text translated, its treasure unfound. But perhaps the real treasure lies not in the silver or gold it describes, but in the very fact that it exists, that someone chose copper over parchment, carving permanence into the record, that someone believed what they were recording mattered so much it could not be allowed to fade. That kind of intent lingers. The patina of the scroll, its greenish hue, its mottled edges, is a mark of both time and touch. And in that metal skin is a silence that is louder than gold. It reminds us that what we seek in the past is often not wealth, but meaning, that the gleam of lost treasure can also be the gleam of curiosity itself. The copper scroll does not sing. It does not weep. It does not even guide. It lists. It waits. And in that waiting, it continues to shine, not with a glint of silver, but with a strange, quiet glow of something nearly understood. In the Sakura Desert of northern Peru, where wind moves over dry ridges and the sun bakes the sand into gold, there stands a quiet procession of towers, 13 in all, stretched in a row across a ridge like teeth or watchful eyes. From a distance, they blend into the earth, squat, weathered, unassuming. But as the light shifts and the seasons pass, they come alive with meaning. This is Chankillo, a place of sky and shadow, of stone and silence, a solar observatory, possibly the oldest ever built by human hands. Built more than 2,300 years ago, Chankillo predates the Inca by over a millennium. It belonged to a lost culture whose name we do not know, a people whose stories survive only in the lines they drew across the land and the sky. The 13 towers span the horizon from north to south, positioned with such precision that they trace the movement of the sun throughout the year. On the solstices, the sun rises or sets directly in line with the first or last tower. At the equinox, it falls exactly between them. And for each day in between, its path is marked by the space between these stones, a living calendar carved from light. Observers would have stood at specially positioned points east and west of the towers, watching the sun slip across the horizon. With this system, the keepers of Chankillo could track not only the seasons, but perhaps the rhythms of ritual, planting, and prophecy. The observatory was not about stars, but about time, about the endless repetition of light's return. What makes Chankillo remarkable is not only its age or design, but its obscurity. It was only relatively recently studied in depth, and even now, it remains largely unknown to the wider world. No grand tourist center, no bustling site, just stone in the desert, waiting. The towers are partially ruined, eroded by centuries of wind and sand, yet they still stand. Still align, still remember. Surrounding the observatory are other remnants, fortified walls, plazas, and ceremonial structures. But it is the towers that speak the loudest. They do not speak in voice or symbol, but in shadow. Each morning and evening, the sun uses them as instruments, casting long fingers across the land, measuring days as they pass. It is a quiet kind of astronomy, intimate and earthly. No telescopes, no numbers, just stone, sky, and the motion between them. There is something profoundly human in Chankilo's construction, a desire to understand time not by the clock, but by the world itself, to anchor life to the heavens, to make the vastness of the cosmos feel close. The builders needed no modern science to know where the sun would rise or set. They watched, they waited, they learned, and in doing so, they built something lasting, something that still works. Standing among the towers now, you hear almost nothing, just a breeze, dry and ancient, curling around the stones. The desert stretches out in all directions, blank and bright. But then the sun begins to move, slowly, steadily, and the towers respond. Not with sound, but with precision. A kind of quiet performance, played for no audience but the horizon. We do not know the names of those who built Chankilo. We do not know their stories, their beliefs, their fears. But we know they understood the sun. We know they honored it with architecture, with calculation, with reverence. And that reverence lives on not in temples or myths, but in the perfect alignment of light and shadow. Chankilo reminds us that astronomy is not new, that even in ancient times, people looked to the sky not just with wonder, but with purpose. That calendars can be carved from earth. That science can begin with silence. It is a place without inscriptions, without monuments to kings or gods. Just towers, just time, just the sun rising and falling, year after year, across the same worn stones. And in that repetition, in that endless cycle of light and shadow, there is a kind of peace, the peace of knowing that some things, at least, remain steady, that the sky still turns, that the sun still keeps its appointments, that even in the forgotten corners of the world, time has not been lost. It is still being measured, quietly, beautifully, at Chankilo. In the heart of Delhi, within the quiet courtyard of the Kut complex, stands a single pillar of iron, slender, dark, and unassuming at first glance. Yet this pillar has outlived kingdoms, empires, and the elements themselves. For over 1,600 years, through monsoon rains, searing summers, and the passing breath of countless seasons, it stood untouched by the rust that should have claimed it long ago. The Iron Pillar of Delhi, as it is now known, is less a monument and more a riddle cast in metal. Over 7 meters tall and weighing more than 6 tons, the pillar was erected during the reign of King Chandragupta II, sometime in the 4th or 5th century CE. Its inscriptions, carved in elegant Sanskrit, dedicated to Vishnu and celebrate the victories of a ruler whose name has weathered the centuries. But it is not its inscription that has fascinated the world. It is its composition. How could ancient metallurgists create an iron structure that resists corrosion for more than a millennium, when even modern steel succumbs to time and air? The secret lies in the purity of the iron, combined with thin protective layer that formed naturally over the centuries, a crystalline film of iron hydrogen phosphate that shields the metal beneath. But even this explanation, supported by scientific testing, feels incomplete. It was not just chance. It was skill and understanding of materials and processes that modern experts still find remarkable. The pillar was not merely forged. It was crafted with precision that feels almost ceremonial. Its surface, smooth and dark, holds a quiet shine when the light hits it just right. Visitors often touch it, tracing the coolness of its body, perhaps hoping some of its endurance might pass into their own lives. Legends even grew around the pillar. For centuries, it was said that if you could encircle it with your arms, your wishes would be granted. Today, the pillar is protected by a low fence, but its presence remains magnetic. To stand before it is to feel the strange intimacy of time. Dynasties rose and fell around it. The Delhi Sultanate, the Mughals, the British Raj, and still the pillar stood, indifferent yet enduring. It has seen the skyline change, temples rise and crumble, fortresses fall into ruin, and yet its own body remains unscathed. The Iron Pillar is not just a testament to metallurgy, but also to intent. It was raised to honor the divine, and in doing so, it became a bridge between earth and sky, human effort and timelessness. Unlike grand palaces or elaborate tombs, it does not demand attention with ornament or scale. It stands quietly, letting its very survival speak for itself. Some historians believe the pillar was originally placed in Udayagiri, a site of astronomical and religious significance, before being moved to its current location centuries later. If so, its journey adds another layer of endurance, not just of metal, but of meaning. When you look at it closely, you see faint hammer marks, the fingerprints of its makers etched into its surface by fire and time. You imagine the ancient blacksmiths working under the sun, feeding iron to blazing furnaces, shaping it piece by piece, unaware that their work would outlast the very language they spoke. Perhaps that is what draws us to the pillar, not simply its resistance to rust, but its resistance to forgetting. It is a reminder that human hands, guided by skill and intention, can create something that endures beyond ambition or empire, something that belongs not just to history, but to the present moment, still standing, still silent, still whole. As the day fades in Delhi, the sun glints off its surface, warm and soft. The pillar does not change. It does not move. It simply watches the centuries pass, unhurried, as if it knows that time, like rust, has no power here. On a quiet hilltop in southeastern Turkey, where golden grasses bend in the wind and the landscape stretches dry and wide, something astonishing rests beneath the soil. For millennia, the hill known as Göbekli Tepe appeared unremarkable, just another mount among many in the ancient Fertile Crescent. But in the 1990s, when archaeologists began digging, they uncovered something older, stranger, and far more enigmatic than anyone had expected. Massive stone pillars, arranged in rings, carved with animals and abstract symbols, all carefully buried thousands of years ago, and all predating known human civilization by millennia. Göbekli Tepe is not just old. It is ancient beyond measure. Radiocarbon dating places its earliest layers around 9,600 BC, more than 11,000 years ago. That means it was built roughly 6,000 years before Stonehenge and 7,000 years before the pyramids, a time when humans were thought to still be small groups of hunter-gatherers with no cities, no agriculture, and certainly no temples. And yet, here's a temple, or something like one, a sacred space, a monument of mystery. The site consists of circular enclosures made from towering T-shaped pillars, some standing over 16 feet tall and weighing up to 20 tons. They were quarried nearby, shaped with astonishing skill, and moved without the use of metal tools or wheels. Each pillar is decorated, not randomly, but with deliberate carvings. Foxes, snakes, wild boars, cranes, and abstract hands curled along the sides. Some of the carvings are in low relief, others deeply etched, as if the stones themselves were speaking in the language of animals and gods. But who are these people who carved and raised these pillars? No houses have been found at the site, no graves, no obvious signs of settlement. It appears they have been built by nomadic or semi-nomadic groups, working together in ways we previously thought impossible for time. They gathered not to live, but to mark, to build something not for shelter, but for ceremony. And then, after centuries of use, they buried it. Carefully, layer by layer, they filled in the enclosures with debris, stones, and soil. They didn't destroy it. They sealed it, as if hiding it was part of its purpose, as if the act of concealment was as sacred as the act of creation. That decision, to bury rather than abandon, is perhaps the most puzzling part of Göbekli Tepe. Why would a people invest so much effort, so much intention, into constructing this site, only to entomb it later with equal care? Was it a spiritual shift? A change in belief? Was it fear or reverence, or something we cannot name? Some researchers believe the site was part of a regional network of ritual centers, a place of gathering and seasonal celebration. Others suggest it played a role in the very invention of religion itself, a space where humans first imagined the divine as something beyond the visible. And others still propose that it may have helped spark the agricultural revolution, not the other way around. That people began farming not to survive, but to feed gatherings like those held at Göbekli Tepe. That belief preceded bread. As excavation continues, new layers and chambers are being revealed. Some lie beneath untouched earth, while others are still entangled in centuries of rubble and time. The full site may take decades to uncover. And even then, many questions may remain. There is no written language here, no explanatory plaques left behind by its builders. Just stone, just symbols, just silence. But in that silence, there is weight. Göbekli Tepe stands as a reminder that early humans were not just struggling for survival. They were imagining. They were gathering. They were carving myths into rock long before they built walls to sleep behind. They were thinking beyond themselves. To walk among the pillars today is to feel something vast, not in scale, but in presence. These stones do not simply stand. They loom. They observe. The space between them feels sacred, even now, even when the ceremonies have long ended, and when the sun casts shadows across the carvings. It is easy to imagine figures circling them, chanting, lighting fires, watching stars, and listening for answers. But the gods of Göbekli Tepe are long gone, their names unspoken, their prayers forgotten. What remains is stone and the mystery it holds. And perhaps that is enough. Not every temple must reveal its secrets. Some are built only to remind us of wonder. Some are built to last until we can finally ask the right questions. Göbekli Tepe waits, as it always has, half buried, half revealed, echoing through time with nothing but quiet. In the hushed hills of Eastern Europe, where mists settle low over ancient forests and forgotten trails, a burial mound rises softly from the earth. It is not grand, not towering, but it holds a presence, the still gravity of something sacred. Within this mound, archaeologists uncover the remains of a young girl, no older than 15, resting in stillness and silver. She has no name, no inscription, no royal seal. And yet, the care with which she was buried tells us she was once cherished, a princess, perhaps, if not by title, then by the tenderness of memory. Her body was laid on a wooden platform, surrounded by grave goods both beautiful and mysterious. Silver rings on every finger, a necklace of twisted wire and beads, delicate pins and ornate clasps once used to fasten her robes. At her side, small carved figurines and a drinking vessel, its lip worn smooth. Her head was turned slightly to the east, as if toward the sunrise, and her hair, preserved in traces of braid and coil, hinted at ceremonial care. She was not buried in haste. She was dressed in farewell. The silver that adorned her was not the bright, polished metal of court display. It had darkened with time, softened by soil and oxidation, but still held its quiet gleam. The craftsmanship was fine, detailed, deliberate. Spirals and symbols etched in tiny lines, not for show, but for meaning. Some items bore iconography lost to us. Crescents, birds, eyes. Not religious in any modern sense, but sacred in ways we can only guess. Symbols of protection, perhaps, or passage. There were no great treasures, no gold, no weapons, no written word. But the silence of the tomb speaks in other ways, through symmetry, through arrangement, through what was chosen to be left behind. Who was she? A priestess? A child of noble blood? A daughter claimed too soon by illness or accident? The bones offered no sign of violence, no injury or deformity. Only youth, a life stilled in its rising. What is most haunting about her burial is its grace. It feels ceremonial, but intimate. This was not a grand public send-off. It was a gesture of love and reverence. A body returned to the earth with gentleness. And in that gentleness, we glimpsed the human heart across centuries. The site offered few clues as to the culture or community that laid her to rest. It may have been Slavic or Celtic, or something older, a blend of tribal tradition and local ritual. The mound itself was simple, covered in stones and earth, its entrance sealed. Only time and erosion allowed its rediscovery. To stand before the site now is to feel a stillness that resists time. The grass grows tall, the air moves softly, and in that place, the idea of the Silver Princess becomes less about identity and more about presence. A reminder that some lives, even if brief, are remembered not in record but in ritual. We may never know her name, but we know she was honored. We know her hands once moved, her eyes once saw. We know someone held her, spoke to her, and chose silver, not for wealth, but for memory. And perhaps that is a deeper story, not one of royalty, but of meaning. The princess may have worn no crown, but she was carried gently into the next world. Not lost, but placed, with intention, with symbols, with silence. The mound remains quiet now. No pilgrims come. No monuments stand. But in museums and archaeological texts, her story is shared, not for the mystery of who she was, but for the way she was remembered. A girl of silver, wrapped in twilight and time. A life cut short, but laid to rest with beauty. And in that rest, something ancient lingers. Not a voice, not a face, just a trace of care, of sorrow, of love unspoken and preserved in the language of silver. In the heart of 11th century imperial China, when dynasties measured power in scrolls, stargazing, and silence, a scholar named Su Song dreamed of something vast and ticking, a tower not a conquest, but calculation. He envisioned a machine that could mark the rhythm of heaven, a clock that did not simply keep time, but told of the cosmos. And so, rising in Kaifeng, the capital of the Song dynasty, came the great mechanical tower, a marvel of bronze gears and astronomical ambition. Su Song was more than an engineer. He was a polymath, astronomer, cartographer, pharmacologist, statesman. But it was his water-driven clock tower, part timekeeper, part planetarium, that etched his name into the long scroll of innovation. Nearly 40 feet tall, the tower was a living machine. Water turned a great wheel, which powered an intricate network of gears. At its peak, celestial spheres rotated in harmony with the stars above, showing the movement of heavenly bodies in real time. Bells chimed. Wooden figures stepped out at fixed hours to strike drums. Time was not read. It was witnessed. It was the escapement mechanism, a system that allowed the steady release of energy in regular intervals. That set Su Song's invention apart. Though escapements would later become foundational in European clocks centuries later, Su Song's use of it in the 11th century was a leap into modernity long before the rest of the world had caught up. And yet, his tower is largely forgotten. Only fragments survive, diagrams and surviving texts, pieces of written commentary, records of how it once worked. The original tower was dismantled after northern invaders conquered the city. Its parts were likely melted, lost, or scavenged. What we know now is reconstructed from Su Song's own writings, including a detailed treatise filled with illustrations and mechanical insight far beyond his time. To imagine the tower is to climb into a mind that saw no division between science and spirit. Each level of the tower told a story. The base held a water wheel and driving gear. The middle levels displayed calendars and time indicators, while the top simulated the heavens. It was as much a cosmological statement as a tool, a reflection of the belief that heaven and earth were connected, that to measure time was to understand one's place in the universe. But this was not a tool of kingship. It was not built to glorify a ruler. It was a gift to knowledge itself, a fusion of observation, mathematics, and craft. And in that quiet brilliance lies the wonder of it all. Su Song's tower was never about mastery. It was about harmony. The stars turned, the gears moved, and the people below were reminded that they lived inside a system far older and wiser than any empire. The materials were humble, wood, metal, stone. But together they moved like thought. The machine did not race. It flowed. Water pulsed steadily through siphons. Gear teeth clicked softly. Puppets rang bells in rhythm. And above it all, the heavens turned, or rather, the heavens were shown to turn through Su Song's ingenious orrery, a model of a celestial sphere in motion. Today, no complete replica of the tower exists. Only pieces, scale models, and digital simulations attempt to bring it back. But even in absence, its influence lingers. It reminds us that history is not a ladder but a spiral, that knowledge rises, recedes, returns, that sometimes innovation blooms and fades, not because it failed, but because the world wasn't yet ready to carry it forward. In quiet corners of Chinese scholarship, Su Song is remembered not as an inventor alone, but as a sage of measured wonder. His writings reveal not just technical mastery, but a gentle reverence for the universe. He was not trying to control time. He was listening to it, trying to match its rhythm with the movements of brass and water. To stand where the tower once stood is to feel absence, yes, but also alignment. The stars still cross the sky. The sun still keeps time in silence. And though the gears have stopped turning, the idea remains. Time, Su Song Nu, is not a line we follow. It is a wheel we turn, slowly, patiently, in harmony with something far larger than ourselves. High above the Andalusian city of Granada, on the slopes of Sacramont, where the whitewashed houses cling to the hillside, and the air carries echoes of centuries past, a discovery was made that stirred both wonder and unease. In the late 16th century, deep inside a cave beneath a small chapel, workers claimed to find a bundle of strange objects sealed in masonry. Among them were bones, relics, and most mysteriously, lead books. Thin sheets of darkened lead, bound together with wire, etched with cryptic writings in Arabic, Latin, and a blend of symbols no one could immediately read. The lead books of Sacramont, or the plomos as they became known, were unlike anything seen before. Their weight alone made them feel sacred, as if carrying secrets too heavy for parchment. Etched into them were gospel-like stories, visions, and proclamations that seemed to bridge Christian teachings with Islamic echoes, blending the Virgin Mary with Arabic invocations, and placing the early disciples in the hills of Granada. They told of Saint Cecilio, of hidden messages, of a divine unity beyond known dogma. And for a brief moment, they captivated the Spanish church and people alike. But beneath the surface shimmered discomfort. The book spoke of a Christianity deeply rooted in Arabic culture, of revelations that challenged orthodox interpretations. Their language wove together traditions in a way that felt both radical and strangely familiar. Were they ancient? Were they authentic? Or were they something else entirely, a bridge carefully built or a fiction carefully forged? At first, they were embraced. Local clergy treated them as miraculous. Pilgrimages began. The hillside cave became a shrine. The blend of languages was seen as proof of divine unity, a sign that the Christian gospel had a place even in the heart of the recently conquered Muslim South. But as scholars examined the text more closely, suspicion crept in. In Rome, the Vatican hesitated. Linguists found inconsistencies. Historians noted that the books echoed the anxieties of their own time, the expulsion of the Moriscos, the forced conversion of Muslims, the tension between empire and memory. The lead books, they feared, might not be ancient relics, but carefully crafted tools of resistance or reconciliation, a voice for a silenced people, disguised as sacred revelation. Eventually, the church declared them heretical. The books were removed from public view, their contents buried not just beneath stone but beneath silence. They were locked away in the Vatican's archives, their presence reduced to a historical footnote. The cave was reconsecrated, the relics reframed. The words, once luminous with possibility, were left unread. And yet, the lead books endure, not as truths or forgeries, but as mysteries. Their very existence, whether divinely inspired or humanly imagined, speaks to a deep yearning, a desire to connect past and present, faith and culture, memory and survival. To imagine a world in which differences were not erased, but woven together. The metal pages, still etched with care, still shimmer faintly when turned beneath soft light. The script flows with reverence, not haste. Whoever made them, monk, mystic, or dissident, did so with patience and purpose. They wanted the message to last. To read the lead books today is to enter a ghostly space. The lines between languages blur. Names change shape. Meanings shift like shadows on stone. It is not a text that gives answers. It is a text that hums with longing for unity, for recognition, for something sacred that lives in the space between traditions. Whether the books were ancient texts rediscovered or a 16th century creation intended to heal a wounded land, they hold power in their ambiguity. They are voices from the margins, heavy, literal, and luminous. And perhaps their greatest message is not what they say, but that they were written at all. They remind us that history is not only told by victors. It is also whispered by those who must hide their truths in caves, who must etch their hopes into lead when paper will betray them. And when we descend into those caves, when we hold those pages, we do not need certainty to feel their weight. We only need to listen, quietly, as if to a prayer that was never meant to be finished. Rising from the desert like a stone hymn, the Great Pyramid of Giza does not merely rest on the earth. It gazes upward. Though it has stood for over 4,500 years, worn by wind and sand, What continues to fascinate is not just its immense weight or perfect angles, but its mysterious relationship with the sky. It is a monument that seems less like a tomb and more like an instrument, a pyramid that watches the stars. Each face of the Great Pyramid once gleamed with polished white casing stones, now mostly gone, but in its prime would have mirrored sunlight by day and moonlight by night. The sides align almost perfectly with the cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west, a feat that continues to puzzle scholars. But even more intriguing is its celestial correspondence. Its passages, chambers, and orientation seem to link Earth with sky in ways that feel intentional, even poetic. Theories begin with alignment. The pyramid's sides are offset from true north by a fraction of a degree, an astonishing precision for its age. Some believe its builders used stars to fix the orientation, perhaps observing the rotation of the sky or tracking the rising of specific constellations. Others propose a solar alignment, noting that on the equinoxes, the sun sets directly between two of the pyramid's faces, casting shadows with striking symmetry. Then there are the shaft's narrow, angled passages extending from the king's chamber and the queen's chamber deep inside the pyramid. Some of these shafts point not at random, but toward specific stars. One appears to align with Orion's belt, long associated in Egyptian myth with Osiris, the god of the afterlife. Another points to the bright star Sirius, linked with Isis, Osiris' sister and consort. Were these star shafts meant to guide the soul of the pharaoh to join the heavens? Or were they astronomical tools, tracking cycles beyond the reach of calendars? Sacred geometry weaves through the structure. 2. The pyramid's proportions seem to encode the ratio of the Earth's circumference to its diameter. Its base and height relate in a way that mirrors pi, and some claim it reflects the golden ratio, though others debate these measurements. Whether coincidence or cosmic code, the numbers continue to invite interpretation. Among more esoteric theories, some suggest the pyramid resonates, that its chambers amplify and channel vibrations, forming a kind of harmonic structure. Sound experiments have shown that certain tones echo in the king's chamber with unusual clarity. Others speculate about Earth energies, magnetic fields, or lost technologies. Not for spectacle, but for harmony, a tuning of space to time, of stone to stars. But perhaps what matters more than the mechanics is the intention. The builders of the Great Pyramid did not leave behind a manual. No blueprints. No inscriptions inside the central structure explaining its purpose. The pyramid speaks without words. And what it says may be less about death than about connection between land and sky, matter and spirit, human and divine. To stand before the pyramid at night, when the crowds have gone and the wind hums low across the plateau, is to feel that connection. The stars arch above it in slow procession. Orion still rises. Sirius still gleams. And the pyramid, unmoved, still faces them, as it has for thousands of years. Whether it was a tomb, a temple, a calendar, or a symbol, the pyramid endures as something more than its stones. It is a question shaped into architecture, a reflection of a civilization that saw the heavens not as distant, but as deeply familiar. To them, the stars were not just above. They were ancestors, gods, destinations. And the pyramid, in its quiet grandeur, was their bridge. We may never know all that it was meant to do, but its gaze reminds us that even in stillness, we can look upward, that even in silence, a structure can speak, and that some monuments are not meant to be understood, only witnessed, like the stars themselves. Constant, distant, patient, watching. In the ruins of an ancient Assyrian palace, amid crumbling walls and the quiet dust of long-forgotten grandeur, a small object was found, clear, smooth, and curved like a droplet of frozen light. It was made of rock crystal, shaped into a shallow convex form, no larger than a hand, yet carrying the quiet suggestion of vision. Known now as the Nimrud lens, it is a singular artifact from a time more than 2,500 years past, uncovered at the site of Nimrud, the once mighty capital of Assyria. The lens was found in the palace of King Ashurnasirpal II, a place of carved stone reliefs and soaring walls, where scenes of conquest and ritual once adorned the corridors. Amid the grandeur of empire, this small object stood out not for its artistry, but for its function. It seemed crafted not to decorate, but to do something, to bend light, to reveal, to focus. Its shape is unmistakably optical. Slightly convex on one side, flatter on the other, polished with precision. When held to the eye, it magnifies, just enough to enlarge the details of carved relief or the curl of a letter on a clay tablet. Was this intentional? Was this crystal fashioned by hands that understood optics? Some scholars suggest it may have been used as a magnifying glass, a tool for artisans or scribes. Others speculate it could have been used to concentrate sunlight, a fire-starting device used in ceremony or craft. And a few have wondered aloud. Could have been part of a telescope used to look not at clay but at stars? No other lenses from Assyrian times have been found, and no texts survive that speak of such instruments. And yet, the lens exists. Its surface is not decorative. It serves no symbolic role. It simply magnifies. And in that quiet function lies a window into the minds of those who shaped it. The Assyrians were a people of vast knowledge, of astronomy, medicine, engineering, and law. Their libraries held thousands of tablets. Their temples aligned with celestial events. Their kings recorded eclipses and omens with obsessive care. It is not hard to imagine that in their pursuit of order and understanding, they may have experimented with light itself. But even if the lens was not used scientifically, it speaks of sensitivity, to detail, to vision, to the shaping of tools that extend perception. It reflects the hand and the eye in partnership, a mind that wished to see more than what was available at a glance. The Nimrud lens now rests in the British Museum, far from the sunlit halls of the palace where it was born. Visitors walk past it, often unaware of its age or meaning, mistaking it for a trinket or a jewel. But in its simplicity lies its brilliance. It is not shaped by grand ambition. It is shaped by focus. To hold such an object, or even to imagine holding it, is to feel the touch of another person's need to see. A scribe examining a damaged tablet. A craftsman tracing the line of an engraving. A priest watching smoke rise from flame, catching sunlight in a sliver of crystal. And perhaps that is what makes it so quietly powerful. It does not offer spectacle. It does not dazzle with gold or inscription. It simply bends light. It turns a visible into something slightly more visible. It reminds us that discovery is not always about vastness. Sometimes it is about looking closer. The Nimrud lens, in all its modesty, speaks to the brilliance of ancient eyes, not just in what they saw, but in how they sought to see more. It is a reminder that the past was not blind, not static, not dim. It looked, it studied, it experimented, and in rare moments, it captured something that still holds clarity today. In the stillness of the museum, beneath layers of glass and time, the lens does what was always meant to do. It reflects, it focuses, and if we look through it, even for a moment, we may catch a glimpse, not just of what lies before us, but of what lay long behind, a forgotten world brought nearer by light. In the quiet chambers of the Topkapi Palace Library in Istanbul, a fragile piece of gazelle-skin parchment rests behind glass. Its colors have faded, but its lines still speak. Delicate coastlines, detailed annotations, and careful compass roses drawn with the confidence of a seasoned navigator. Known as a Pyre Reis map, this artifact from 1513 is a marvel not just of cartography, but of mystery, because among the continents it depicts parts of Europe, Africa, and South America, there lies something stranger, a coastline that some believe resembles Antarctica, drawn more than 300 years before it was officially discovered. The map was created by Ottoman admiral and cartographer Pyre Reis, who compiled it from earlier source materials, some of which he claimed dated back to the time of Alexander the Great. His annotations are meticulous, explaining which charts he used and praising the accuracy of earlier Greek, Arabic, and even Portuguese sources. He was not guessing. He was assembling. But it is the southern portion of the map, a jagged stretch of landmass beneath the Atlantic, that has stirred the most curiosity. To some, it looks like the northern edge of Queen Maud Land in Antarctica. Even more strangely, it seems to depict that coastline free of ice, a vision of Antarctica not as it is today, buried under miles of glacial cover, but as it might appear with its true contours revealed. This observation has led to endless speculation. How could a 16th century mapmaker have drawn land that no one in his era had seen? Was Pyre Reis copying ancient knowledge, passed down through lost civilizations with maritime expertise far beyond what we assume? Or was it coincidence, an exaggerated rendering of South America, distorted through multiple layers of copying and misinterpretation. The shape is not perfect. The proportions are inconsistent. The southern region lacks the scale and clarity of the more familiar coasts. But the resemblance lingers like a shadow in low light. It invites not certainty, but wonder. Geologists have added to the mystery. In the 20th century, some suggested that if one removed the ice sheet from Antarctica using seismic readings, the exposed coastline would indeed bear similarities to what appears on the Piri-Reis map. Yet others argue that the resemblance is superficial, the product of suggestive outlines and human pattern seeking. Still, the map refuses to be dismissed. Even without Antarctica, it is remarkably advanced. It places South America accurately in relation to Africa. It shows details of the Brazilian coast not known in Europe at the time. Its use of longitudinal lines, notoriously difficult to calculate before the invention of accurate marine chronometers, suggests a depth of knowledge unexpected for the era. And then there's the mystery of the sources. Piri-Reis mentioned charts from the Portuguese, Arabs, and even maps said to descend from ancient Greece. But none of these originals survive. They are phantoms now, glimpsed only through the lens of a surviving map. Whether they ever existed, or whether they were embellished legends, remains unknown. The Piri-Reis map has become a focal point for alternative historians, who see in it evidence of a lost global seafaring civilization, or survivors of Atlantis, or ancient navigators capable of exploring the poles. Mainstream scholars remain cautious. The map is impressive, yes, but not necessarily proof of hidden history. The debate floats between extremes, anchored in fragments. What remains beyond dispute is this. Piri-Reis was a brilliant compiler. He treated his sources with respect, noting their origins and assessing their accuracy. He was not drawing a fantasy. He was making a record, one piece at a time, carefully layered. To unroll the map today is to touch a moment of synthesis, a sailor's knowledge, a scholar's hand, a legacy of older worlds mapped onto parchment. Its edges are torn, its colors are dulled, but it still hums with possibility. And maybe that is its true magic, not in what it proves, but in what it suggests, that the world was always bigger than we thought, that coastlines were imagined long before they were reached, that maps are more than guides, they are dreams shaped into lines. The Piri-Reis map does not answer questions it raises. It invites them, like a ship drawn along an unfamiliar shore. It drifts into view and then recedes, leaving behind the soft echo of waves and the thrill of the unknown. In the dusty archives of ancient China, where myths blend with memory and ritual with record, fragments of bone whisper from the past. These are not the remnants of feasts or the refuse of time. They are questions, etched into shoulder blades and tortoise shells, asked by kings and priests under flickering flame. Known as oracle bones, these pieces of cracked bone form the earliest known examples of Chinese writing, and with them, the earliest echoes of Chinese thought. The bones date back more than 3,000 years to the Shang dynasty in the 13th and 14th centuries BCE. They were used in a ritual practice of divination known as pyromancy, a conversation with the divine through heat, fracture, and ink. A diviner, sometimes a royal official, would carefully inscribe a question onto the surface of a polished ox scapula or the underside of a turtle's plastron. Then, a heated rod would be applied until the bone cracked. The patterns of the cracks, curved, sharp, or branching, were interpreted as answers. The questions etched into these bones are startling in their familiarity. Will the king's illness improve? Will it rain this season? Will the hunt be successful? Should we go to war? Should the child be born now or later? These were not abstract inquiries. They were decisions with consequences, consulted before harvest, before sacrifices, before sending soldiers into battle. And in the jagged language of heat and bone, leaders found the guidance they sought. Thousands of these bones have been unearthed, many from the site of Inshu, the last capital of the Shang dynasty. Together, they form an accidental archive, not of events, but concerns. What mattered to a people whose cities have crumbled and whose names have faded is preserved not in stories, but in questions. And those questions remain sharp. Each inscription follows a pattern. The date, the name of the diviner or the person commissioning the reading, the question itself, and sometimes a brief account of the result. It will rain. The ancestors approve. No harm will come. These were not vague omens. They were direct answers to specific concerns, channeled through ritual and belief. The writing on the bones, though primitive in form, is the ancestor of modern Chinese script. Characters are recognizable, though angular and etched with the care of someone not just writing, but invoking. Over time, these marks would evolve into fluid calligraphy. But here at the beginning, they were messages scratched into bone, urgent, reverent, fragile. What is striking is the human continuity. The hopes and fears inscribed onto the oracle bones are not so different from our own. We still ask about health, about weather, about love, about the future. We still look for signs, in data, in dreams, in instinct. The tools have changed. The yearning has not. The bones also speak of a worldview in which ancestors were not gone, but present, watching, advising, influencing the course of the living. They were consulted, not mourned, revered, not forgotten. To burn a question into bone was to speak directly to those who had crossed into beyond, trusting that they still listened. And yet, these rituals were not mystical alone. They were political. The king's authority rested in part on his ability to ask and interpret. The bone reading shaped policy, war, and diplomacy. They were a sacred technology, a way of organizing uncertainty, of aligning power with prophecy. Today, the oracle bones are housed in museums and universities, cataloged and studied not as sacred tools, but as historical texts. Scholars trace the evolution of Chinese characters, reconstruct Shan society, and map patterns of ritual. But the bones still carry something deeper than data. They are not just artifacts. They are voices. To hold one, or even to imagine holding one, is to touch the moment of asking. A breath held, a flame applied, a crack spreading across the surface, a silence waiting to be filled. We do not know the names of most who touch these bones. Their temples have turned to dust, their kingdoms to legend, but their questions remain, not in stone or in echo, but in bone, brittle, fragile, and enduring. And perhaps that is what makes them so moving. The oracle bones do not promise answers. They promise connection, between present and past, between human and divine, between the known and the unknown. In the hush of an ancient chamber, a priest once leaned over a flame, watching lines appear where none had been. He looked not for certainty, but for guidance. And in that gesture, quiet, focused, humble, we see ourselves, still asking, still listening, still turning toward mystery for light. In a land where death was once wrapped in linen and ritual, where silence marked the journey beyond, one face breaks the stillness. Found among Egypt's royal mummies, it does not rest peacefully. The jaw is wide open, the lips drawn back in a frozen scream. The body, known simply as a screaming mummy, lies stiff and darkened, its expression haunting in a world otherwise serene. It is a portrait of agony that has puzzled generations, not because it startles, but because it feels so human, so raw, so unresolved. The mummy was discovered in 1886 in the Deir el-Bahari cache, a secret tomb where priests had gathered and reburied many royal remains during times of grave robbing and turmoil. Unlike the others, who were carefully embalmed and preserved, this body was different. The wrappings were crude, the preservation incomplete. No identifying inscriptions adorned the linen. Even the position was odd, the head thrown back, the limbs tense. Something, it seemed, had gone wrong. Some speculated it was the victim of poisoning. Others suggested he had been buried alive. The mouth agape, they said, was a final echo of a soul caught in terror. But more recent studies offer other, quieter possibilities. The jaw, not bound shut by resin or bandage, may have fallen open in death's natural progression. Without the usual funerary treatments, the body stiffened where it lay. The scream may not be a scream at all, simply the absence of preparation. Yet the expression holds weight. It is difficult to ignore, even with modern explanations, because in a culture so focused on the peaceful passage to the afterlife, where every detail of burial was meant to ensure harmony and grace, this face feels out of place. It feels like interruption, a life, or death, that did not go as planned. Some scholars believe the body belonged to Pentar, a prince implicated in a plot to assassinate his father, Pharaoh Ramses III. According to ancient records, the conspiracy was discovered, and Pentar was given a chance to take his own life. If true, and if this is indeed his body, it may explain the irregular burial, denied full honors, given only the bare minimum, a prince buried in disgrace. But there is no name on the mummy, no label, no cartouche, only the face. And perhaps that is why it lingers, because it is not mythic or symbolic, but disturbingly real, a face twisted not into glory, but into pain or fear or something that resists words. To look at the screaming mummy is not to solve a crime or confirm a curse. It is to witness a moment caught in time, unresolved. Unlike other mummies, whose expressions are serene or blank, this one seems to ask something, or shout something, or simply be heard. The skin is tight and darkened. The ribs stand out. The mouth gapes in an endless, voiceless call. And while science may suggest natural causes, decomposition, exposure, incomplete embalming, the effect remains deeply emotional. This is not the poetic death of a king surrounded by gold. This is the raw edge of mortality. And yet, even here there is dignity. The body was still placed in a tomb, still protected, still remembered in some way. Even if he was disgraced, even if his burial was altered, someone placed him there. Someone made that choice. In that decision, there's a trace of care, or at least recognition, that even a broken story deserves to be kept. In modern times, the screaming mummy has sometimes been displayed for shock, for spectacle, but to truly see him is to go beyond that, not to ask what frightened him, but to ask what was lost. A future cut short, a path denied, a voice literal or symbolic, silenced too soon. The tomb is quiet now. The desert outside hums with heat, and within, the mummy lies as he has for centuries, not screaming, perhaps, but calling, in another way, for remembrance, for reflection, for something we cannot name. Not every mummy carries peace. Some carry questions, and this one, in his still and frozen face, carries all of them at once. Within the dim-lit halls of the National Library of Sweden rests a book that seems to breathe with its own gravity. Bound in wood and leather, iron-cornered and worn by centuries, it stretches nearly 3 feet in length and weighs over 160 pounds. The Codex Gigas, Latin for giant book, is the largest surviving medieval manuscript in the world. Its pages, made of over 160 animal skins, open with the slow elegance of cathedral door. But it is not just its size that captures attention. It is what lies within and what legend is wrapped around it. Among the manuscript hundreds of pages, filled with biblical texts, historical records, medical treatises, and exorcism rituals, one stands apart. A single, haunting image, the devil, painted in vivid ink. The figure crouches between 2 towers, green-faced, clawed, crowned with horns. He stares forward, eyes blank, mouth set. This is no fleeting margin sketch or symbolic flourish. It is a full-page illustration, bold, isolated, deliberate. Facing it on the opposite page is a depiction of the heavenly city, now lost to time. Between paradise and damnation, the manuscript rests in tension. The Codex Gigas was created in the early 13th century in the Benedictine monastery of Podlasis, in what is now the Czech Republic. No scribe is named. No date is certain. But tradition attributes the work to a single monk, a man who, according to legend, was condemned for a terrible crime and sentenced to be walled up alive. In a desperate bid for mercy, he offered to write a book containing all human knowledge, the Bible, medicine, history, and more, in one night. If he could do so, his life would be spared. He wrote furiously, the story goes, but by midnight knew it could not be done. And so he made a pact, not with a fellow man, but with the devil, in exchange for completing the work. He gave his soul. The image of the devil was added in gratitude. This tale, of course, is legend, but the book remains. Its creation may have taken decades, even if produced by a single hand, a theory supported by the consistent script throughout. The writing is steady, measured, without signs of haste or fatigue. Its margins are wide, its layout meticulous. Whoever wrote it did so with care, not chaos. The Codex includes a complete Vulgate Bible, along with medical texts by Hippocrates and Theophilus, historical chronicles, calendars, and magical formulas. It is, in a sense, a library in a single volume, a compendium of 13th century understanding, belief, and fear. But it is that one image, the devil's portrait, that defines its myth. The figure is oddly isolated. No angels, no judgment, no accompanying text. Just the devil, alone, hands raised, eyes forward. Some say he was meant to remind, to caution, to represent temptation. Others suggest he was a scribe's signature, a reflection of inner torment or mockery. But no one knows for certain. And in that unknowing, the atmosphere thickens. Turning the Codex Gigas' pages today is an act of reverence. The parchment creaks softly. The ink still holds its tone. Though digitized and protected, the original remains heavy, not just in weight, but in presence. It is a book that asks not to be read quickly, but to be lingered in. Its survival is nearly as mysterious as its origin. Over the centuries, it moved from monastery to castle, from war chest to library. It was taken by Swedish forces during the 30 Years' War and has remained in Stockholm since. Along the way, it survived fire, theft, and time. Some pages are missing, torn, perhaps, removed deliberately. What was lost? Another image? A passage that revealed too much? The gaps are themselves part of the manuscript story, places where memory fails, where certainty slips. But for all its darkness, the Codex Gigas is not a book of evil. It is a book of effort, a vast, towering attempt to hold knowledge in one place, to gather the sacred, the scientific, the historical, and the mystical between covers. The devil may be in its pages, but so is the gospel, so is medicine, so is law. It is not a demonic text. It is a reflection of complexity of belief, the presence of fear within faith, the shadow within light. To sit with the Codex Gigas is to be still with time itself. It does not explain. It does not resolve. It simply offers its pages, one after the other, and lets the silence between them deepen. And in that silence, we find the atmosphere holds, not one of horror, but of awe, of mystery made tangible. A book that was never meant to be finished, only felt, a monument not to the devil, but to the human need to understand everything, even what we fear. In the vast, silent expanse of Patagonia, far from cities and roads, a canyon opens like a breath held for centuries. The wind whispers between jagged cliffs, and beneath one sheltered rock face, time reveals itself in the language of hands. Painted in ochre, white, black, and red, they reach out from a stone, hundreds of them, layered and overlapping, as if the walls once pulsed with presence. This is a cave of the hands, or Cueva de las Manos, a place where the human urge to leave a mark lingers with soft insistence. The cave lies in Argentina's Santa Cruz province, carved into the valley of the Pinchuras River. Its walls bear the stenciled impressions of hands, mostly left hands, blown through hollow bones or reeds using mineral pigments. The oldest are estimated to be over 9,000 years old. Some are bright, others faded. All are still, their fingers splayed, their outlines crisp. They seem to hover between the living and the stone. There are over 800 individual handprints. Many belong to adolescents or children. Some are missing fingers. A few show deformities. These were not symbols of power or portraits of rulers. They are anonymous, ordinary, and that makes them powerful. Each hand speaks of presence, not dominance. Of someone who stood in this canyon once and reached out, saying, "I am here." Why they were painted remains a question without answer. Perhaps it was a ritual, a rite of passage, a prayer, a memory. Perhaps it was a form of art or community storytelling. Perhaps it was simply the human urge to be remembered, to turn breath into pigment. Whatever the reason, it was not done hastily. The layers show repetition, intention, patience. These hands were placed with care. Surrounding the stencil prints are other images, guanacos, relatives of llamas, hunting scenes, geometric patterns, sunbursts, spirals. They point to a life lived in motion, bound to the land and its rhythms. The people who painted them were hunter-gatherers, following game to the plains and hills, return to the cave again and again over generations. Their hands, their tools, their animals, all etched into the canyon's memory. And yet, it is the hand that hold us. Something about them cuts across time. They are not mythological, not abstract. They are exactly what they seem. Human, and that makes them eternal. They evoke no battles, no conquests, no politics. Just presence. Quiet, intimate, enduring. In many, the thumb and fingers are spread wide. Some have rings or adornments. A few seem to stretch higher, as if reaching. The absence of names or stories makes them more open, not less. They invite us in not as viewers, but as participants. It is easy to imagine placing your own hand against the rock, aligning your palm with one painted long ago. The fit is eerie, the gesture familiar, and so the cave becomes more than a gallery. It becomes a communion, a bridge. In the windless hush beneath the overhang, the pigment still clings to stone. The minerals, iron oxide for red, kaolin for white, manganese for black, have outlived their makers. The art survives not because it was sealed or hidden, but because it belonged to the earth itself. The site is protected now, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, shielded from weather and careless touch. But it is not a museum. It is still part of the landscape, raw, unpolished, remote. Reaching it requires effort. There are no highways here, only winding paths, rising cliffs and the breath of an old world. And when you arrive, you do not hear explanation. You hear only quiet. Perhaps that is what makes the Cave of the Hand so poignant. It does not answer. It listens. It receives. It holds the shape of lives long gone, not with grandeur, but with gentleness. To walk among the handprints is to walk among the unseen. The people who made them left no written language, no statues, no cities. But they left this, a trace, a gesture, a message in silence. And across 90 centuries, we feel it. I am here, they said, and they still are, in ochre and dust, in stone and echo, in the places where hands once touched rock and time held on. High above the ancient city of Cusco, where the Andean air is thin and the sky presses close, the stones of Sacsayhuaman stand in quiet defiance of time. Their silence is not passive. It is a kind of statement, an architecture that speaks without words, built from blocks so immense and interlocked so precisely that not even the thinnest blade can slide between them. No mortar holds them together, only weight, shape, and a knowledge long forgotten. This is not a temple of gold or a chamber of jewels. It is a wall, or rather, a complex series of walls, terraces, and foundations, zigzagging like a stone serpent across a hillside. Some of the stones weigh over 100 tons, yet they are fitted together with uncanny precision. Every curve, every recess, every corner has purpose. These were not random boulders moved into place. They were designed, carved, positioned with a level of control that modern engineers still marvel at. The builders were the Incas, or perhaps those who came before them, for even the Inca themselves seemed to revere Sacsayhuaman as the work of an earlier age. There are no definitive records, only stories passed down. Some say giants built it, others say it was the gods. But what remains is not myth. It is stone, immovable and exact. Walking beside the walls, the size of each block becomes startling. Taller than a person, wider than a doorway, they nestle against one another like puzzle pieces. No uniformity exists. Each stone is unique in shape, yet together. They create a surface so smooth, so tight, that centuries of earthquakes have failed to shake them loose. The city of Cusco has crumbled and been rebuilt many times, but Sacsayhuaman remains. How are the stones moved? The region has no wheels, no iron tools, no written blueprints. The quarry lies miles away, across hills and valleys. To move even one block would seem an impossible task, yet hundreds were brought here. Some scholars suggest wooden rollers or earthen ramps. Others propose teams of workers hauling with ropes. But no definitive method has been confirmed. And then comes the shaping. The stones are not mere rectangles stacked in rows. They are multi-angled, polygonal, with edges that curve and flow. They bend around each other like sculpted clay, yet they are andesite and diorite, hard volcanic rocks. No evidence remains of chisels or saws. The joints are not just snug. They are three-dimensional, locking the stones together like pieces of a mechanical puzzle. Some speculate that heat or vibration may have softened the stone. Others suggest techniques now lost to time. Whatever the method, the intent is clear. These walls were meant to last, and they have. But what was Sacsayhuaman for? Some say it was a fortress, given its commanding view over Cusco. Others call it a ceremonial center, a place of ritual and seasonal alignment. During the solstices, shadows trace patterns across its surfaces. Its angles seem to echo celestial movements. And its design, some say, mirrors the head of a puma, with Cusco as a body. It may have been both sacred and strategic, a confluence of power, spirit, and landscape. As you walk beside the stonework, the seams become more hypnotic. There is no repetition. Each turn is a new solution. Each line, a different answer. It is as if the builders were not simply constructing, but conversing with the stone, responding to its shape, its grain, its resistance. This was not assembly. It was dialogue. Even now, engineers marvel. Attempts to replicate the style with modern tools have produced only approximations. Machines can cut straight, but the walls of Sacsayhuaman are not straight. They curve gently inward, forming concave surfaces that resist seismic shifts. It is a structure built not only with precision, but with resilience. And perhaps that is the deeper message. Not just that ancient people achieved this, but that they did so with purpose, not to impress, but to endure. The stones remain. They do not crack. They do not lean. They hold the weight of centuries without complaint. In the hush of early morning, when the sun first spills across the mountaintop, the shadows between the stones fall in soft relief. The seams glow faintly. The air smells of earth and age. And in that moment, the walls do not seem old. They seem timeless. They do not shout for attention. They do not explain themselves. They only stand, unmoved. To walk beside them is to trace the outline of something we may never fully understand, a knowledge that shaped the world not with noise, but with patience, a legacy carved not in words, but in stone. And like a labyrinth, each turn reveals another mystery, each corner a new question, each perfect joint a quiet invitation to look closer, to wonder longer, to listen to what stone remembers long after we have gone. Beneath the sandstone ceilings of the Dendera Temple complex in Egypt, the sky has been carved into permanence. Stars, planets, mythic beasts, and gods flow across stone like constellations across the night. This is not just decoration. It is a map of meaning, a testament to how the ancients looked upward and made sense of the cosmos. In the Temple of Hathor, time turns slowly as we stand beneath the most famous of these carvings, the Dendera Zodiac. The image itself is round, celestial, unlike the rigid grids of modern maps. It shows 12 zodiac signs, the ram, the bull, the lion, the twins, alongside Egyptian deities and symbols of time. It has been called the oldest complete depiction of the classical zodiac, though its style is both Greco-Roman and deeply Egyptian. At its center, for women support the circular sky. Around them spiral planets, lunar cycles, and mythic alignments. But this ceiling is more than symbolic. It's precise. Researchers have traced its depictions to a specific alignment of the planets that occurred in 50 BC, a timestamp carved in stone. The builders of Dendera were not merely artists. They were astronomers, philosophers, priests of sky and season. For them, the heavens were a clock, a story, a guide. The carvings spanned not just a single round zodiac, but all across the temple ceiling. Rectangular panels showing celestial boats carrying gods, registers of stars, and lunar calendars with extraordinary attention to cycle and count. The moon's phases are tracked in sequences of days, each one watched over by a different deity. The ceilings aren't just ceilings. They are instruments. Some have looked at these reliefs and seen more than astronomy. The so-called Dendera light, a carving in another part of the complex, appears to depict a bulb-shaped object with a serpent inside, connected to what looks like a socket or base. Fringe theorists have interpreted this as evidence of ancient electric lighting. They see in the shapes glass bulbs, filaments, even power cables, all impossible for period. Mainstream Egyptologists dismiss this idea, noting that the carving more likely represent a lotus flower birthing a snake, a symbol tied to creation and rebirth. But whether metaphor or mystery, the carving invites pause. It is strange, it is detailed, it is deliberate, and it exists in a space devoted to observation and cosmic rhythm. Even skeptics admit, it is easy to see why wonder arises. The Dendra temple itself is unusually well preserved. Its inscriptions still bear traces of original pigment. Its roof remains intact. The reliefs are deep and clear. You do not need imagination to see them, only silence. In that hush, in the filtered light of columns and incense, the ceilings unfold slowly, a sky brought indoors. In the ancient world, sky watching was not passive. It was sacred. It was how people order harvests, mark ceremonies, guided decisions. To track Venus, to name a star, to chart the Nile's flood in the sky. These were acts of both science and spirit. And here, in Dendra, those acts remain visible. To gaze up at the Dendra zodiac is to feel yourself pulled out of time. The symbols are familiar, yet strange. They speak of universal rhythms. The lion of Leo, the fish of Pisces, yet surrounded by deities with falcon heads and solar crowns. It is a fusion of worlds. Greek astrology, Egyptian theology, Roman architecture, and timeless sky. The ceiling reminds us that mystery is not always hidden. Sometimes it is placed directly above us, asking not to be solved, but to be seen. And so we stand there beneath the stone sky, among shadowed columns and hieroglyphic walls. We do not need to understand everything. We only need to look up, to see what they saw, to wonder what they wondered, because in the end, the stars we chart now are the same stars they carved then. The night has not changed. Only the questions have. Before Rome rose in marble and conquest, before Latin gave shape to law and literature, there was another voice in Italy, older, quieter, and now mostly forgotten. The Etruscans, a mysterious people who flourished in central Italy for centuries before the Roman Republic, left behind temples, tombs, jewelry, pottery, and bronze mirrors etched with scenes of mythology. Their cities once pulsed with life, commerce, and ritual, but today, their voice reaches us only in fragments. The Etruscan language is not dead. It's lost, partially decoded, partially obscure. It lingers in inscriptions carved into sarcophagi, painted on tomb walls, pressed into gold leaf. We know some of it. The names of gods, ceremonial phrases, numbers, family names. We can read the letters, which resemble early Greek. We cannot follow their full sentences. We can see the script, but not always the meaning. It is like hearing someone speak through thick glass, familiar sounds, muffled messages. The Etruscan vocabulary shares little with known Indo-European tongues. It stands apart, solitary, linked possibly to the Lemnian language of the Aegean or other long-lost tongues of the Mediterranean. No Rosetta Stone has emerged to translate it fully. There is no key, only clues. In the quiet chambers of Tarquinia or Cerveteri, where frescoed tombs show dancers, banquets, and otherworldly gates, Etruscan writing flows in red and black ink. It often accompanies death, epitaphs, prayers, names of the buried. The language seems deeply ritualistic, ceremonial. These were a people who spoke to gods and ancestors in ways we no longer understand. One of the most haunting artifacts is the Liber Linteus, the linen book, a religious text that somehow survived because it was used to wrap an Egyptian mummy. Its writing stretches over 200 lines, perhaps a calendar of festivals or sacred rites. We can read the signs, but their meaning, the actual thoughts, remain veiled. That's the strange magic of a partially understood language. It's neither fully silent nor fully clear. It hums with possibility. You trace the lines on a funerary urn, you recognize a name, Larth, perhaps, or Thanchville, and then the next words blur. You know there is meaning. You just can't reach it. The Romans absorbed Etruscan culture, their augury, their religious symbols, even some of their words. Persona, atrium, and the curved litua staff of priest. These came from Etruria. The Etruscans taught the Romans how to interpret lightning, how to drain marshes, how to build roads and arches, but they did not pass on their voice. Why the language faded is not a mystery. Conquest, assimilation, time. But why no full record survived, no bilingual text, no lasting literature? That is the puzzle. It is as if the Etruscans whispered a world, and the echo never came back. What we have are fragments, short texts, inscriptions, a few longer pieces. Archaeologists still hope that buried beneath a hill or sealed in a vault lies a scroll or tablet that will make it all clear. Until then, we listen to stones. To walk in Etruscan ruins is to be surrounded by presence, but not clarity. The carved letters are bold, the stones still strong, but the voices that once flowed through them are just beyond reach. It is not a loud loss. It is a quiet one, and in that quiet, there is a kind of peace. Not all mysteries need solutions. Some need listening, not to solve, but to remember that a people once lived here with thoughts and songs and prayers, and that language, even when fading, leaves behind its shape. In that shape we find wonder. In that wonder we find the Etruscans again, not in what they said, but in the silence they left behind, deep in the jungles of Mesoamerica. Carved into temple walls and towering stelae, an ancient rhythm ticks in stone. It is not the rhythm of hours or seasons. It is a long count, the Maya's sacred measure of time, spanning thousands of years and echoing the rise and fall of worlds. To the Maya, time was not linear. It was layered, cyclical, eternal. The long count was their grand chronometer, a system that did not just track dates, but measured epochs of cosmic unfolding. Each moment was nested within greater and greater cycles, like ripples in a still lake, each echoing from a divine beginning. The long count begins with mythical date, 13.0.0.0.0.0, which corresponds roughly to August 11th, 3114 BC in the Gregorian calendar. This was not the beginning of time, but the start of the current cycle, a spiritual era. Before it, others had passed, and when it ends, others will follow. The Maya did not fear the end. They prepared for renewal. The system itself is mathematical beauty. It is vigesimal base 20 with an elegant twist. While most positions multiply by 20, one key place, the ton, multiplies by 18, allowing the calendar to approximate the solar year. Days kin, months yunal, years ton, longer cycles katun and baktan. Each step a deeper beat in the cosmic drum. On monuments across Copan, Palenque, Tikal, and Quirigua, long count inscriptions tell us when kings were born, when temples were consecrated, when rituals lifted veils between worlds. But these are not mere dates. They are alignments, sacred intervals. The Maya believed that events echoed across time, that one baktan resonated with another, that past and future dance in rhythm. This is why December 21st, 2012, when the long count reached 13.0.0.0.0 again, was never meant to be an end. It was a turning of the wheel, a moment of stillness before movement, a sacred breath. To trace the glyphs is to step into their worldview. The glyphs are not just symbols. They are faces, energies, spirits. Each number is paired with a day sign, a jaw, ik, can, and others. Each sign holds a character, a force, a meaning. Time for the Maya was alive. Their calendars, the long count, the tzolk'in, a 260-day sacred calendar, and the hab, a 365-day solar year. Interlocked like gears in a great celestial machine. Priests use them to determine auspicious days, to guide planting and ceremony, to mark transitions of souls and cities. But beyond practicality was philosophy. The Maya saw time as a story with rhythm. Just as music has tempo and tone, so too did time. And they were listening for harmony between the stars, the gods, and themselves. Even in ruin, the carvings endure. At Palenque, in the Temple of the Inscriptions, the tomb of King Pakal is adorned with long count dates that stretch backward and forward across vast spans, 400 million years into the past and as far into the future. These were not exaggerations. They were affirmations of scale, of context, of placing human life inside the vast cathedral of time. There is something humbling in that. To know that our ancestors built calendars not to control time, but to commune with it, that they looked into the jungle sky and saw not just stars, but meaning, movement, memory. The long count does not end. It rolls forward, slowly, softly, like the turning of a wheel in sacred earth. And though much was lost to fire and conquest, the glyphs remain. The stones remember. We do not need to understand every number. We only need to pause, to feel the silence between backtons, to imagine what it meant to live not in hours and deadlines, but in sacred intervals and echoes. In the quiet ruins, beneath the shadow of trees that have outlived kings, the glyphs still glow in morning light. They are not warnings. They are rhythms. And if we listen slowly enough, we may hear what the Maya heard. That time is not passing. It is singing. In the quiet green swamps of southern Mexico, far from the thunder of modern cities, lies the ancient site of La Venta, a place where the earth remembers. Long before the rise of the Maya or the Aztecs, the Olmec civilization flourished here, shaping basalt into kings, jaguars, and gods. Among the ruins, among the altars and colossal heads, are symbols carved into stone, and we do not know what they say. These are the ghost glyphs of La Venta. Strange markings, lines and loops, spirals and teeth-like bars. They are neither Maya nor Mixtec. They are older, more silent. A language of power that has faded so completely. It now floats like mist through the jungle air. La Venta was once a city of ceremonial grandeur. Its earthen pyramids rose above the wetlands, its stone monuments aligned with cosmic patterns. The people who lived here over 2,500 years ago left behind no books, no codices, no long inscriptions. Just fragments, symbols carved into the sides of thrones, mysterious marks etched onto a stone stela half buried in soil. Scholars debate. Are these glyphs an early writing system, a proto-script, or something more symbolic? Abstract emblems meant to evoke myth and memory rather than speech? We don't know, and the Olmecs are not here to answer. Their cities were eventually swallowed by time and earth, their language drowned beneath newer tongues. What remains are impressions, a glyph on an altar, a symbol beneath a colossal head, the kind that seems to gaze not just outward, but backward into something unreachable. The glyphs appear again and again, on jade figurines, on polished axes, on fragments of pottery. Yet no Rosetta Stone has emerged, no bilingual artifact to bridge the gulf between their mind and ours. And so, these ghost glyphs are read with feeling, not fluency. We sit among them like guests in a silent temple, wondering what ceremonies once danced across these stones. What names were spoken? What titles? What prayers? Some glyphs resemble human forms. Seated figures, curled hands. Others are geometric, repetitive, cryptic. We can feel their intentionality. They were not random, but their purpose remained sealed. Were they part of a sacred calendar? Did they recount battles, lineages, offerings to gods with jaguar faces and serpent eyes? We cannot say. And perhaps that is part of their power. They do not inform, they invite. Not understanding them is not a failure. It is an experience. A soft reminder that not everything left behind was meant to be translated. Some things were meant simply to endure. The Olmec civilization is sometimes called the mother culture of Mesoamerica. From them flowed ideas, beliefs, perhaps even writing systems that shaped later civilizations. The ghost glyphs may be echoes of that birth, the early steps of symbolic language, or they may be final breaths, the last traces of something that already lived and died before La Venta's prime. Among the massive heads, each carved from volcanic rock and transported miles without the wheel, the glyphs seem almost delicate, but they hold equal weight. They speak in their way of a people who saw the world in pattern and symbol, who carved their worldview not just in sculpture, but in signs. And now, those signs whisper through lichen and rain. They are not silent. They are just not speaking to us. Not yet. As the sun slants across the site in late afternoon, casting long shadows behind the stone monuments, one might feel the presence of thought. Not ghosts, but glyphs. Ideas etched so long ago that even time has forgotten how to pronounce them. We sit among them. We do not read. We witness. The jungle stirs. The stones remain. And the glyphs, the ghost glyphs, still glow faintly in the mossy hush. High in the northern highlands of Ethiopia, where soft winds trace ancient roads and dry grasses whisper over the earth, something monumental pierces the quiet sky. It is tall, impossibly tall, and carved entirely from a single piece of granite. This is the obelisk of Aksum, one of several mysterious stelae that rise like frozen thunder from the soil of time. Aksum, once the heart of a mighty kingdom, flourished long before most of the Western world had written its histories. A powerful trade empire connecting Africa, Arabia, and the Mediterranean, its kings minted coins, wrote inscriptions, and sent envoys beyond the Red Sea. But perhaps nothing endures more vividly than its obelisks, or stelae, as they are also known. The tallest among them once reached over 30 meters high, weighing hundreds of tons. These pillars were not simply placed, they were transported. But how? In a land of steep terrain, deep ravines, and no modern machinery, how were these monoliths carved, hauled, and raised? No definitive answer has surfaced. The granite used in these stelae came from quarries miles away. Moving such a weight, often over soft earth or sloped paths, remains one of Aksum's enduring puzzles. Theories range from sledges and rollers to sheer human will. But whatever the method, the feat echoes the same spirit found in the pyramids, the Moai of Easter Island, or the megaliths of Britain, a timeless reaching upward. The obelisk of Aksum is not merely a vertical stone. It is intricately carved with false doors, windows, and even beams, as if mimicking a multi-story building frozen in stone. Some say these details reflect the architecture of wooden buildings now lost to time. Others believe they were symbolic dwellings for the spirits of the dead, aligned with celestial events and ancestral memory. Most stelae were placed over underground tombs, silent markers of nobility and ritual. Yet no bodies have been found beneath the tallest ones, suggesting perhaps these were not tombstones, but something more, symbols of power, of connection, of aspiration. During the early 20th century, one of the great obelisks was taken from Aksum and transported to Rome, a relic of colonial possession. For decades, it stood far from its birthplace, an exile in stone. But in 2005, after long negotiations, it was returned, dismantled, flown back in pieces, and reassembled in the Ethiopian sun. Its return was more than a repatriation. It was a restoration of dignity, of memory. Today, the obelisks of Aksum stand in quiet dignity among grassy fields and scattered stones. Cattle roam near them. Children play in their shadows. Birds perch atop their ridges. They are no longer part of an empire, but they remain part of something greater. The story of human effort, expression, and endurance. To stand before the obelisk of Aksum is to stand before silence sculpted upward. There is no written record of its construction, no instruction manual etched nearby, no known names of its builders. And yet it stands, as if to say that reaching skyward is itself a form of communication. In the hush of sunset, when the light fades and the obelisks turn dark against the deepening sky, they begin to feel like time itself, weathered, upright, watchful. They do not shout. They do not explain. They simply endure. In that endurance, they tell us everything we need to know, or perhaps everything we are meant to wonder. In the mythology of the Aztecs, there was a god who did not rule with thunder or sun, but with shadow. Tezcatlipoca, smoking mirror, was a deity of night, sorcery, conflict, and destiny. He was not the comforting light of day, but the force that revealed truth through darkness. His symbol was not a crown or a scepter. It was a mirror, crafted from polished obsidian. Obsidian, volcanic glass, black as ink, sharp as secrets. The Aztecs shaped it into blades, tools, and reflective surfaces that shimmered with eerie depth. These mirrors were not for admiring the face, but for peering beyond it. They were instruments of vision, not vanity. In sacred ceremonies, priests and diviners held these mirrors to their foreheads or laid them flat in darkened chambers. They gazed into them not to see themselves, but to see what could not be seen, omens, spirits, futures, pasts. In Tezcatlipoca's mirror, the veil between worlds was said to grow thin. Some mirrors were housed in temples. Others were worn on the chest or back, glinting like portals on the body. One legend speaks of Tezcatlipoca using his mirror to reveal the true nature hearts, to strip illusion and show what lies beneath. He was both trickster and truth-teller, feared and revered. His mirror was a sky at midnight, reflecting what hides in light. After the fall of the Aztec Empire, some of these obsidian mirrors found their way to Europe. They became curiosities in cabinets of wonder, mysterious black circles framed in gold or wood. One such mirror, it is said, came into the possession of the English occultist John Dee, advisor to Queen Elizabeth I. Dee believed the mirror could summon angels. He and his medium, Edward Kelly, used it in seances, attempting to communicate with divine intelligences through the dark glass. In his journals, Dee recorded strange visions and angelic messages received through the mirror's surface. Whether these experiences were real or imagined, psychological or spiritual, the obsidian mirror remained central to his practice, a conduit for something other. To gaze into an obsidian mirror is to meet a silence deeper than one's own reflection. The surface does not offer clear detail, only depth, a kind of void. And yet, in that void, thoughts move, shapes stir, perhaps not supernatural, but deeply human. It is easy to understand why ancient civilizations believed mirrors could hold power, a surface that mimics reality, yet is not real, a twin world, inverted and unreachable. Obsidian, with its shimmering dark, turns that twin world into something more dreamlike, more fluid, more prone to suggestion. A black mirror is not just a surface. It's a question. What do we see when we look into it? Ourselves or what we fear? Possibility or memory? Some believe the mirror could draw out truth. Others feared it could trap souls. Still others saw it as a test. To face what you cannot name. Tezcatlipoca, the god of night, held his mirror always. He would appear to warriors and kings in dreams, showing them their downfall. He would reflect their greatness and then break it, not out of cruelty, but as a lesson, to remind them that all things change. That identity is not fixed. That power, like reflection, is fleeting. The mirrors of the ancient world have long since gone silent, resting in museums and collections, removed from their rituals. But their mystery remains. We do not know what visions they revealed. We can only imagine. Perhaps they showed the future. Perhaps they showed only the self. Perhaps they showed nothing, and the true vision came from within. In a modern room, lit by electric light, an obsidian mirror still draws the eye, still invites pause. There is something about it that refuses dismissal. It holds a memory of ritual, of breath held, of eyes wide in shadow. And when the lights go dim and you gaze into it alone, you may feel it, the faint echo of an ancient god watching, not with judgment, but with understanding, not to frighten, but to reflect. In that moment, the obsidian is no longer just a stone. It becomes what it always was, a threshold, a silence, a question, and perhaps, if you're very still, an answer. In the quiet outskirts of certain Iranian cities, and once on lonely hilltops in India and Central Asia, there stand circular stone towers, open to the sky, whether by centuries of sun and silence. From a distance, they resemble fortresses or observatories, but they are neither. These are towers of silence, places where the dead were taken, not to be buried or burned, but be returned to nature. In Zoroastrian belief, the earth, fire, and water are sacred elements, not to be defiled by the impurities of decay. Death in their tradition is not evil, but it carries contamination. A corpse, once the soul is departed, becomes susceptible to forces that threaten cosmic balance. And so, the followers of this ancient Persian faith found another way. The body was not hidden underground or consumed by flame. Instead, it was placed with dignity atop these towers, open to the sun and wind. Here, nature would complete the final rites. Vultures, known as the cleaners of the sky, would descend, reducing flesh to bone in the span of hours. The process was swift, respectful, and in harmony with Zoroastrian cosmology. The towers themselves were designed with care. Most featured 3 concentric rings, the outermost for men, the middle for women, the innermost for children. After the natural process was complete, the bones were gently swept into a central well, where they would rest in peace, dry, untouched, and surrounded by sacred earth. To outsiders, this custom often seemed morbid or shocking. But within the tradition, it was an act of purity, a return, not a loss. The dead did not disappear. They simply changed form, entering the cycles of wind, light, and sky. One such tower, located near Yaz, Iran, stands now in stillness. The steps that once carried silent processions now feel the occasional footfall of visitors or pilgrims. The platform at the top, once a site of sacred passage, is now silent, the bones long gone, the sky still watching. Standing there, one feels not horror, but humility. The place does not speak of endings, but of continuation. The wind does not mourn, it carries. The sun does not grieve, it blesses. Everything feels held within a larger order. Zoroastrianism, one of the world's oldest monotheistic religions, has always emphasized the struggle between light and darkness, truth and falsehood. Yet in this ritual, there is no struggle, only surrender. The dead are not punished or feared. They are returned to the elements from which they came. Over time, practical concerns, legal, environmental, and social, have led to the disuse of many towers of silence. In places like Mumbai, vultures themselves began to vanish due to pesticide poisoning, disrupting the ancient rhythm. Some communities have turned to solar concentrators to mimic the purifying heat of the sun. Others have adopted alternative burial methods. But the memory of the towers endures. There is something deeply human in this ancient practice, a recognition that death need not be hidden nor sanitized, but honored as part of a vast, interwoven world. The body does not belong to us forever. It belongs to the earth, to the birds, to the winds that have shaped stones for millennia. To walk among the ruins of a tower of silence is to feel part of something both sacred and natural. The stone is warm from sunlight. The circle is unbroken. The sky above stretches wide, as it did for all those who were laid to rest here, not in sorrow, but in the trust that life continues in another form. There are no carvings here, no names etched into marble, no epitaphs, and yet every gust of air feels like a benediction. Every shadow feels like memory. We do not need to fully understand a ritual to feel its depth. We only need to be still and let the silence speak. And in that silence, high above the city or deep within the desert, we might understand something simple, that to return to the sky is not to vanish, it is to rise. Far across the vastness of northern Siberia, where the Lena River cuts through remote taiga and swamp, there lies a region whispered about but rarely visited, the Valley of Death. To the Yakut people, it is known as Yu Churchek. It is not marked on tourist maps. There are no signs. Only stories, low voice hesitant, about strange metal objects half buried in frozen marshes, inexplicable illness, and an uneasy stillness that hangs in the cold air. This part of the Yakutia Republic is a land of fog and bog. The ground is soft in summer, treacherous in winter, and silence dominates. But hidden within this wilderness, according to legends and eyewitness accounts passed from generation to generation, are domes of copper, smooth, unnatural, humming with a cold presence. Some say they are half submerged, others that they are enormous and hollow inside. Hunters tell tales of climbing into one, only to feel dizzy, drained, and disturbed for weeks after. These structures are not recent discoveries. The earliest known written mention dates back to the 19th century, but even then, they were described as already ancient, long abandoned. Explorers have sought them. Expeditions have ventured into the region. Some came back with stories. Others came back sick, or not at all. One recurring element in the folklore is the idea that these domes are not inert, that they serve a function. Some say they lie dormant, waiting. Others believe they were placed to defend the world, perhaps even the sky, from something unknown. There are even echoes of ancient cosmic battles in these tales, with the valley playing host of energies that shape more than the land. Adding to the mystery are the presence of peculiar craters and scorched zones scattered throughout the region. These depressions appear in otherwise undisturbed land. Locals avoid them, often without explanation. Scientists have attributed some to natural gas eruptions or permafrost shifts. But not all. Some craters seem too sudden, too isolated, too precise. One particular formation, known locally as the Eagle's Nest, is a raised mound with metallic shards beneath the moss. A few explorers reported finding material that resembled high-grade metal alloys, unusual for such a remote region. Yet samples, if taken, have a habit of vanishing or being inconclusive. Despite the intrigue, official science remains cautious. Satellite imagery has revealed little. The area is difficult to access for extended research, and indigenous reluctance to disturb the land further complicates matters. Some scientists consider the stories to be a mixture of myth, misidentification, and natural phenomena exaggerated by remoteness. And yet, the mystery persists. What is perhaps most haunting about the Valley of Death is not what is found, but what is felt. Reports describe a pervasive sense of unease, disorientation, and overwhelming quiet. Animals avoid the place. Electronics sometimes malfunction. Compasses behave oddly. And always, the landscape feels like it is watching. Some believe these sensations are psychosomatic. Others suggest the land carries residual energy, a kind of low, ancient hum that the body registers, even if the mind does not. Theories range from buried meteorite fragments to remnants of prehistoric technology, to radiation anomalies, to simple legends grown from fear and isolation. None are confirmed. But the land does not care about confirmation. It waits, still, wrapped in mist, streaked with lichen and frost. And perhaps that is the truest part of the mystery. Not whether the domes exist, but why they endure in the minds of so many. Why this valley, silent and nameless, continues to whisper through campfire tales and cautious footsteps. There is no treasure here, no welcome, only presence. To walk to the Valley of Death is not to uncover answers. It is to enter a space where the known world begins to slip, where certainty falters beneath wet moss and iron chill. It is to be reminded that there are places on this earth where stories cling harder than science, where silence resists measurement, and where the earth, cold, watchful, humming, keeps its secrets buried beneath the roots. Scattered along the windswept shores of the White Sea and the Barents Sea, near the Arctic Circle, lie curious configurations of stone. Spirals, double coils, meandering loops, some precise and symmetrical, others wild and flowing. These are the stone labyrinths of the north, ancient pathways etched into the earth, patiently waiting on remote islands like Bolshoi Zayatsky, where time seems to breathe more slowly. From above, they resemble coiled snakes or solar symbols. Up close, they appear as waist-high alignments of stone, placed with care but no mortar, winding in patterns that sometimes overlap, sometimes double back. Most are small, a few meters across, but their effect is disproportionate. One does not merely walk through them. One moves as if under watchful eyes, pulled gently inward. Scholars and archaeologists have cataloged over 30 such labyrinths in the region, though more may lie hidden beneath lichen or sea mist. Dating them precisely has proven difficult. Some estimates place them between 2,000 and 3,000 years old. Others argue they could be far younger, constructed during the medieval period by Palmer fishermen. But no one agrees. No written records describe their purpose. No local oral traditions speak clearly of their meaning. They simply are. Some theorize that the labyrinths served ritualistic functions, places of spiritual passage, symbolic rebirth, or funerary rites. The spiral form appears in cultures across the world as a metaphor for the soul's journey, or the motion of the heavens. In that view, walking to the center of the labyrinth was not just a physical act, but a metaphysical one, tracing an inward path toward insight, transformation, or release. Others suggest they were navigational tools, large terrestrial compasses used by seafaring communities to mark the sun's position on solstices or to align with constellations near the horizon. The Arctic sky, after all, offers long twilights and slow celestial movements, and a spiral of stones might reflect the cycles above. Still others propose a more playful or practical use. Mazes to be walked for sport, for weather omens, or simply to pass time on long summer days. Yet even these interpretations carry undertones of reverence. In such isolated regions, nothing large is built without intention. The very location of these labyrinths speaks volumes. Many are placed on promontories or low ridges overlooking the sea. From these spots, a walker can gaze across the tundra and water, wrapped in wind and gull cry, while the stones cradle their quiet coils below. At certain times of year, the sun lingers on the horizon for hours, casting elongated shadows across the spiral paths, drawing luminous lines that seem to move with the earth's turning. There is something deeply hypnotic about their form, a gravity of shape that calls the mind inward. Even for modern visitors, the act of stepping into a stone labyrinth becomes meditative. The outer world recedes. Footsteps slow. Thoughts loosen. One does not seek a destination. One walks for the sake of walking. On the island of Bolshoi Zayatsky, the largest and most famous of the labyrinth clusters, moss-covered stones form overlapping coils. Some resembling a figure eight, others more like ancient runes. The land is sparse, little vegetation, no trees, and the air carries salt and silence. The stones are smooth with age, placed low to ground. Each one a quiet marker in a pattern known only to its creators. No burials have been found inside the labyrinths. No altars. No offerings. Just the design itself, looping and bending, like a signature from a forgotten hand. What makes these structures even more haunting is how little we truly know. Their builders left no stories, no myths. Only the shape remains, enduring, indifferent, elegant. And perhaps that is enough. The stone labyrinths remind us that not all mysteries are meant to be solved. Some are meant to be walked, slowly, mindfully, with awareness. They are not puzzles to crack, but experiences to enter. And in doing so, they whisper the oldest message, that presence itself can be sacred. Here, near the top of the world, amid frost, moss, and endless daylight or endless dark, the stones still spiral. The wind still moves. And if one listens closely, not with ears, but with stillness, one might hear the quiet song that is always played within their curves. A song of return, a path inward, a silence older than language. Beneath the breathless sky of Egypt's great sand sea, where the dunes stretch like frozen waves, lie fragments of something extraordinary. Pieces of yellow-green glass, scattered as if the desert had once caught fire and cooled into beauty. They glint beneath the sun, tucked between the rippling sands, nearly invisible unless one stoops to notice. But once seen, they shimmer with a quiet wonder. Not rock, not crystal, not man-made, but glass. Pure, ancient, mysterious. This glass is known as Libyan desert glass. It is found in no other region of Earth in such quantity or quality. Its chemical composition is over 98% silica, cleaner and clearer than any modern furnace typically produces without advanced techniques. Some pieces are no larger than a pebble. Others can fill the palm of your hand. One, sculpted by ancient artisans, rests in the pectoral of Tutankhamun, shaped into the form of a scarab beetle, its green translucence glowing against gold. But how is it made? For something to become glass, it must melt, and to melt silica, temperatures exceeding 1,600 degrees Celsius are required. Such temperatures do not occur naturally on Earth's surface, except in rare and violent circumstances. The prevailing theory is a meteorite, or more likely an airburst of incredible force, struck this region thousands of years ago, heating the surface sand in a sudden, unimaginable burst. The result, a vast spread of molten earth, which cooled rapidly into glass, then shattered over time, scattering its fragments across a quiet desert. But the source crater, if there was one, has never been found. Some researchers argue the impact came not from a single crater, but from an atmospheric explosion, a cosmic detonation high above the surface, like the Tunguska event in Siberia, which flattened forests without leaving a traditional crater. Such an explosion, occurring above the sands of the Sahara, could have caused the intense heat required to vivify the landscape below. Still, there are alternative possibilities. Some speculate about ancient lightning storms. Cloud-to-ground discharges of tremendous energy, though none observed in the modern world have produced glass on this scale. Others imagine volcanic lightning during ancient eruptions, or chemical reactions unique to the region's geology. But these explanations fall short. The purity of the glass and its wide but specific distribution continues to baffle. And then there are the fringe theories, whispers of forgotten technologies, of celestial weapons, of visitors from beyond. While lacking evidence, these stories echo a timeless human tendency to gaze at something inexplicable and dream beyond what is known. Regardless of its origin, Libyan desert glass is beautiful. When held to the light, it reveals not just clarity, but depth, tiny bubbles, threads of impurity, the frozen dance of molten sand caught in mid-transformation. Each fragment is a time capsule, not a human history, but planetary drama of sky meeting earth and fire. To walk among these scattered pieces is to tread on aftermath. The desert, so vast and still, becomes a kind of gallery. A few meters below your feet, time rests in layers of dry sediment. But here on the surface, the glass lies like memory, bright, fragile, unclaimed. Few people visit this region. The sands shift constantly. The heat is relentless. And yet, those who do return change, not by revelation, but by atmosphere. Something about the silence, the shimmer, the way the sun catches a glass and makes it disappear again, leaves a lasting imprint. There's a wordless poetry to it all. That glass, the most delicate materials, could survive for millennia in one of Earth's harshest places. That an act of violence, sudden, unseen, could leave behind something so silent, so beautiful. Perhaps that is why the ancients prized it, not just for its rarity, but for what it suggested. Transformation, a piece of the earth, remade in fire, cooled by sky, hidden by time. And now, found again, not to be solved, but to be witnessed. In the end, the Libyan desert glass does not need an answer. It does not call for explanation. It rests where it has always rested, beneath the sun, among the dunes, whispering its story only in glimmers and heat. A story of pressure, a story of fire, a story of light held in silence. Beneath the shallow, sunlit waters off the coast of southern Laconia, Greece, lies something unexpected. A city asleep beneath the sea. Stone outlines of streets, walls, tombs, courtyards, and chambers stretch across the sandy seafloor. Too precise to be random, too delicate to be natural. This is Pavlopetri, a name given to what may be the world's oldest known submerged city. Unlike the ruins of myth, Pavlopetri is not hidden deep beneath the ocean, nor cloaked in dramatic coral or darkness. It lies in water so clear and shallow that the ancient city reveals itself like a memory. Ghostly lines under gentle ripples, softened by light and sand. Discovered in 1967 by Nicholas Fleming and later studied in detail by marine archaeologists, the site dates back over 5,000 years to the Bronze Age, perhaps even earlier. The layout of Pavlopetri is striking. It is not a haphazard collection of stones. There are straight streets intersecting at angles. There are rectangular buildings and open plazas. There are water channels and tombs and spaces that hint at shared living, communal life. These submerged remains suggest intentional urban planning. A city designed with purpose, long before the cities of classical antiquity were built. No legends speak of Pavlopetri by name. No myths survive to tell us who lived there. It was not preserved in epic poems or inscriptions, only in stone and silence and the quiet breath of waves. Yet here it is, a lost world not imagined but real. The cause of the city's submergence remains uncertain. Earthquakes may have played a role, tilting the land and allowing the sea to flood it over time. Gradual sea level rise likely followed. But unlike cities drowned by sudden catastrophe, Pavlopetri seems to have been taken by the sea gently. Over centuries, an ancient shoreline retreating beneath an encroaching tide. Walking, or rather, floating, through Pavlopetri is a different kind of archaeological experience. Divers follow the map grid, guided by sonar scans and photographic overlays, moving carefully among the low walls and buried artifacts. Fish dart between columns. See grass flows gently over floor stones last walked by people 5 millennia ago. Underwater archaeologists have found pottery shards, grinding stones, and household items. Hints of daily life, now softened by sediment. These were not the tools of kings or priests, but of ordinary people. Cooks, children, farmers, artisans. The city was likely a coastal trade center, its position along navigable channels ideal for maritime exchange. Goods and ideas may have passed through here, long before the alphabet, long before the rise of Athens or Rome. What is most haunting about Pavlopetri is not its age, but its accessibility. You can see it, almost touch it, yet never quite enter it. It's as if the city exists in 2 times at once. Our modern world of tourism and boats and cameras, and a vanished world of sandals and market calls and fires burning at dusk. This quiet duality makes Pavlopetri feel more dream than ruin. Unlike ruins atop hills or carved into mountains, this one floats just below the surface, preserved not by stone vaults, but by the sea itself. The water has been gentle. The city still breathes. And though few people knew of it until the late 20th century, it had been waiting all along. Today, Pavlopetri is protected. No boats may anchor above it. Divers must tread with care. The city is mapped, modeled in 3D, its outlines preserved digitally so it may be studied without being touched too often. But no simulation can truly replace the feeling of drifting over the pale shadows of walls, over ancient doorways and silent courtyards where the sun still plays. It is not a place of grandeur, but of grace. A city not lost in myth, but overlooked by time. Not a tale of tragedy, but of quiet persistence. And in that, Pavlopetri whispers something different from most ruins. It does not speak of fallen empires or crushed ambitions. It speaks of rhythm, of tides, of generations, of the sea slowly reclaiming the land. It speaks of impermanence, not as loss, but as part of the world's design. To drift above it is to hover between two lives, the life of now and the life that was. Stone by stone, wave by wave, Pavlopetri endures. Not buried, not broken, just beneath, etched into the parched earth of southern Peru, lies a vast canvas of wonder. Hundreds of enormous geoglyphs, so large and deliberate that they can only be fully grasped from the sky. Spanning over 450 square kilometers of the Nazca Desert, these are the Nazca lines. Geometric forms, long parallel paths, and figures of animals, plants, and abstract shapes, drawn not with ink or paint, but by removing the reddish topsoil to expose the lighter sand beneath. From the air, a hummingbird stretches its wings across the desert floor. A monkey curls its tail in a perfect spiral. A spider, etched with eerie precision, appears ready to scuttle. There are whales and lizards, hands and trees, shapes that resemble runways or spiraling eyes. Some lines run arrow-straight for kilometers, defying the rugged terrain. Others form complex, looping designs, as if an ancient artist's hand never lifted. And yet, from the ground, they are almost invisible. Who made them, and why? The lines are attributed to the Nazca culture, which flourished from around 100 BCE to 800 CE. Without aerial perspective, the creation of such precise, large-scale designs is extraordinary. Many theories attempt to explain their purpose: astronomical alignments, religious pathways, water rituals, or even alien messages, depending on whom you ask. But the lines offer few clear answers. One prevailing idea suggests that the lines were ritual walkways, vast ceremonial routes used by priests or pilgrims. The people may walk along the lines in sacred processions, praying for rain in a desert where rainfall is rare and precious. The arid climate has preserved the geoglyphs for centuries, allowing us to ponder rituals long forgotten. Another interpretation views the figures as offerings to God above. In a culture that looks skyward for both weather and meaning, the desert floor may become a canvas for divine communication. What better way to speak to the heavens than by drawing upon the earth? Some researchers note alignments with celestial bodies. Certain lines point toward the solstice sunrise or specific constellations. Others believe the lines mark underground water sources, a map of survival in a dry world. There are theories of fertility symbols, shamanic visions, and acoustic pathways where sound travels unusually far across the flat, open plain. And of course, the Nazca lines have long captured the imaginations of those who see in them evidence of ancient astronauts, advanced visitors who taught humans how to build on massive scales. While these ideas remain outside mainstream archaeology, they reflect the awe the lines inspire. How could such vast and beautiful designs arise from such limited technology? Yet perhaps the question itself assumes too little of ancient minds. After all, the Nazca people understood this land deeply. They studied stars, weather, water, and earth. With ropes, stakes, and careful measurements, large figures could be designed and replicated by teams working in harmony. The simplicity of tools belies the sophistication of thought. What's more mysterious is why these shapes were made to be seen from above, centuries before human flight. Did the Nazca imagine beings in the sky? Or were the designs meant for gods who looked down? Or did they simply find beauty in what could not be fully seen? An act of faith and art beyond the eye? Drifting above the Nazca lines today, in a small plane or through satellite imagery, the land reveals itself slowly. One moment, the desert seems empty. Then a faint line appears. Then a figure. then another. The perspective changes everything. And it reminds us how mystery is often a matter of distance. Walking among the lines is a different experience. The scale becomes overwhelming. What looks simple from above becomes enormous and abstract on foot. Shapes without form, lines without meaning, unless seen from far enough away. It's as if the designs speak to a viewpoint beyond human standing. The desert itself offers no commentary. Winds pass quietly over the plain. The earth remains unchanged, save for the slow accumulation of dust. The geoglyphs do not fade. They endure because nothing disturbs them. In a place with little rain, no frost, and almost no vegetation, the lines have stayed for over 1,000 years. To stand beside them is to feel both close and far, close to the hand that made them, far from the minds that understood them. The figures are silent, but they stir something, a feeling of message without language, of meaning without answer. In their silence, the Nazca lines invite something rare, not explanation, but presence. We don't need to solve them. We need only drift above, slowly, as if on wind, to trace a spider with our eyes, to follow a line that leads nowhere and everywhere, to wonder not just what they mean, but what kind of world created them. A world of dry earth, starry skies, and people who saw the land as canvas, the sky as mirror, and mystery not as a problem to fix, but as something to walk within, like a line across the sand, clear, quiet, and waiting. Across the rugged hills and wind-swept shores of Sardinia, hundreds of massive stone towers rise silently from the earth. These are nuraghi, ancient, beehive-shaped structures made of dark, volcanic rock, stacked without mortar. Some are simple, lone towers. Others form complex villages of interlocking walls, spiral staircases, and central courtyards. Scattered across the island, they remain as watchful sentinels. Monuments built by a civilization we know so little about, yet who left behind thousands of these enduring forms. The Nuragic civilization thrived here between 1800 BCE and 500 BCE, but their origins, beliefs, and decline remain mostly unrecorded. No written language survives. No scrolls. No stone tablets. Only the structures themselves speak, in form, in shadow, and in silence. Many of the towers are conical, their circular bases rising to dome-like caps, sometimes reaching heights of 3 stories or more. Built with immense stones, some weighing several tons, the nuraghi defy explanation. Without mortar, they survived for over 3,000 years. Their strength lie in balance, precision, and a deep understanding of weight and shape. Archaeologists propose many theories. Some say the towers were fortresses, built for defense in times of conflict. Others suggest they served as temples or celestial observatories, their narrow windows aligning with the solstices, their designs echoing solar and lunar paths. Still others believe they were homes for powerful chieftains, symbols of control over land and community. But no single answer fits all. Some nuraghi are found isolated in the countryside. Others appear in clusters, forming circular villages surrounded by walls. Some contain wells, stone seats, or altars, suggesting ceremonial use. In others, the staircases rise into darkness, their upper chambers sealed or lost. It is as if each structure was tailored to a different purpose, or changed its purpose over time. Locals once called these towers the work of giants, ancient beings who lived before memory. Legend spoke of the giants' tombs nearby, long megalithic graves said to hold warriors of immense size. In truth, these were communal burial sites, their presence only deepening the mystery. Who built the nuraghi? How did they shape and transport such heavy stones across rugged terrain, and without wheel carts or metal cranes? Sardinia's isolation makes the feat even more remarkable, an island civilization creating one of the densest concentrations of megalithic architecture in the world. And why here, on an island so often overlooked? Perhaps it is that very seclusion that preserved them. The nuraghi were not torn down to make way for modern buildings. They remained, first as forgotten ruins, then as sources of folklore, and finally as subjects of archaeological curiosity. Some have been carefully restored. Others stand half-collapsed, ivy growing through their crevices, goats wandering nearby. To walk among them is to feel time shift. The wind moves through the same narrow passages once used by people who left no names. The light falls through windows cut to catch the dawn of the longest day. The stones radiate warmth from the sun and the chill of nightfall, as they have for thousands of years. And always they watch. Unlike temples or pyramids, the Nuragi do not overwhelm with grandeur. They are quiet, rounded, weathered, but their very humility invites closeness. You can touch them, walk through them, climb their worn stairs, and peer from their ancient windows onto hills that haven't changed. They are the sleeping giants of Sardinia, not in body, but in presence. Each one a fragment of story untold. Or perhaps not meant to be told at all, only remembered in stone. Perhaps that is the message they carry, that not all history must be deciphered. Some may be felt. The Nuragi will likely outlast us. Their purpose, their builders, their rituals, all may remain unanswered, but their shape will remain, like echoes cast in basalt, like memory without words, like silence patiently kept. In the quiet hours before a storm, before a quake, before something breaks the surface of the ordinary, there are moments when the air feels different. The animals go still, the light shifts, and sometimes, as recorded in the fading pages of ancient texts, a bell rings, not by human hand. Across different cultures and centuries, stories have emerged of bells that rang themselves before disaster struck. In medieval European churches, it was said that the bells tolled in empty chapels on the eve of earthquakes. In Japan, where tradition and tremor are old companions, similar tales were told. Bronze temple bells softly chiming without wind, just hours before the ground groaned open. What do we make of these whispers? Science tells us that metals respond to vibration, that a bell, especially a large one with sensitive tension, might resonate if the earth beneath it begins to tremble, even before the shaking becomes noticeable. Just as animals may sense the low-frequency rumblings, we cannot. Perhaps the bell, too, hears first. But many of the records speak of calm, of no shaking at all, no footsteps, no gusts, just the clear sound of a bell in stillness. Some accounts go further, describing the bell's tone as altered, deeper, softer, strained, as though not simply reacting, but warning. In the Japanese tradition, there are legends of kami, or spirits that reside within sacred places, objects, and elements. Bells, especially those in temples, were seen as thresholds, instruments that could bridge the physical and spiritual realms. A bell ringing unbidden was not merely a sound. It was a message, a disturbance, a ripple through the veil. One of the most documented incidents occurred in the 19th century, when records from certain shrines noted bells ringing a few hours before a coastal tsunami. The monks marked it as an omen. The villagers, believing the gods had spoken, fled inland and lived. But belief does not always seek proof. Even in modern times, where seismographs and satellites offer more mechanical vigilance, the idea of premonitory sounds, not just bells, but deep earth-grown sky hums and metallic vibrations, continues to surface. Some researchers have studied infrasonic waves, sound waves too low for the human ear, but capable of causing materials to resonate. Could an ancient bell, perfectly cast and suspended, act as a primitive sensor, sounding when that threshold is breached? Others suggest piezoelectric effects, when rock under extreme stress generates electrical fields, perhaps affecting metal objects nearby. And then there's the mystery of memory, the idea, poetic if not scientific, that some materials might remember trauma, store in a record of tension that hums or sings when the pressure returns. Of course, many dismiss the stories entirely. They cite wind, flawed observation, the power of suggestion. Bells, after all, are meant to ring. A swinging rope, a swaying tower, a tremor too light to register consciously, but enough to shake bronze. Still, the stories persist. In quiet corners of old libraries, monks and scribes once wrote of bells that cried before disaster, not in panic, but in mourning, as if the sound was not a warning, but a lament, a mourning for what had already begun beneath the soil, beyond the sky. And perhaps that is the real power of the tale. Not whether it can be proven, but what it reflects, a longing to be warned, a belief that the world, in all its mystery, may sometimes whisper before it breaks. Today, in museums and temples, these bells still hang. Some are cracked, their voices long silenced. Others remain tuned, quietly suspended, waiting for the next hand, or the next hush, or the next tremble. If you stand beneath one and close your eyes, you might hear nothing, or you might feel a hum, faint, metallic, hollow, like memory stretching through metal, like time gently knocking. Not everything needs to be explained. Some things simply echo. Some warnings come as sound, and some bells ring for no reason at all. Beneath the silent sands of China's vast Areem Basin, where the wind carries whispers instead of rain, and the desert stretches in ripples of forgotten time, lay bodies no one expected to find, preserved not in tombs of grandeur, but by the dry breath of the desert itself. They emerged from the ground not as skeletons, but as near-complete portraits of ancient lives. And they had red hair, not black or brown like the people traditionally known to inhabit this region, but shades of auburn and copper, tangled like dried fire. Some had beards. Others had finely woven garments, patterned in ways that recalled distant lands. Their faces, narrow and long-nosed, bore features commonly associated with ancient European peoples, not the expected Silk Road nomads of Western China. They became known as the Darim mummies. Found in cemeteries such as Shawa and Korigol, these individuals were buried with care, wrapped in woolen shrouds, laid in wooden boat-like coffins, sometimes accompanied by felt hats, leather boots, and symbolic wooden totems. One of the most famous, the so-called Beauty of Lulon, lay undisturbed for nearly 4,000 years, her delicate features still intact, her eyelashes still visible, her expression quiet and unreadable. Who were these people? The question hums gently through corridors of archaeology, linguistics, and genetics. Were they early Indo-Europeans? Were they traders who wandered far from their origins? Settlers of an isolated oasis in one of the most unforgiving terrains on Earth? Their clothing suggests sophistication. Plaid fabrics, twill weaving, dyed textiles. Techniques not thought to be present here so early. And their presence predates the major trade networks of the Silk Road by centuries. DNA testing has shown that these mummies carried a mix of European and Central Asian ancestry. Some scholars suggest they were part of forgotten migration, a branch of humanity that walked east instead of west, weaving through steppes and deserts rather than rivers and cities. Others believe they were a unique population altogether, isolated, adapting, thriving in a high-altitude desert where few others would dare to settle. Yet the mystery isn't just genetic or geographic. It's emotional. To stand before these mummies, their clothes still clinging to their forms, their hair still brushing their shoulders, is to encounter a kind of time that doesn't feel dead. Their eyes may be closed, but something stirs in their presence. A question that isn't shouted, but breathed. How many other migrations have we forgotten? How many cultures vanished not with war or catastrophe, but simply by time's long, slow wind? The red-haired mummies of the Darim Basin challenge our sense of who belongs where and when. They are threads from an unseen fabric, knots in a web whose full shape we may never grasp. Yet here they lie, preserved by dryness, by distance, by accident. Their faces are calm. Their clothes are simple and beautiful. Their silence, more articulate than most histories. We can study them, map their genomes, date their sandals and their strands of hair. But in the end, there remains something unreachable, a silence deeper than data. The desert has wrapped them gently, and the centuries have folded over them like blankets. They are not lost. They are simply waiting, as all mysteries do, for us to slow down, to sit beside them and listen. High in the Andes, where the sky bends close and the mountains hold their breath, lies a lake older than legend. Lake Titicaca, vast, mirror-like, impossibly still, sits at nearly 12,500 feet above sea level, suspended between Bolivia and Peru like a sacred basin cradling time itself. Its waters are clear, but not empty. Beneath the shimmering surface, whispers echo of a sunken city. Stone structures, terraces, walls, and even a temple that might once have touched the sky before being claimed by the lake. Locals have long told stories, of ruins seen below the waves, of strange shapes that fishermen glimpse when the light bends just right, of an ancient people swallowed not by war or fire, but by water. In 2000, a Bolivian and international team of archaeologists dug beneath Lake Titicaca and confirmed what had been murmured for generations. There, resting on a lake bed, They found a 2,000-year-old temple, massive and carefully constructed. Stone platforms, long walls, carved steps leading nowhere now, only into dark silence. Artifacts, too, gold and stone offerings, ceremonial pottery, remnants of rituals once held beneath the open Andean sky. Who built this place? And why beneath a lake? The Tiwanaku civilization, which flourished in the region long before the rise of the Inca, is often linked to these submerged structures. Their capital, also called Tiwanaku, lies near the lake's southern shore, a marvel of pre-Incan architecture and cosmic alignment. Perhaps this underwater site was part of a sacred complex. Perhaps the lake itself, revered as the birthplace of the sun in Incan myth, was the center of something greater than we have dared to imagine. And yet, water tells no tales. It hides. It hums. It keeps. Diving into Lake Titicaca is not like entering the ocean. Wild, roaring, open. It is entering a slow dream. The cold presses in, and light becomes softer, diffused, almost reverent. The ruins below do not scream a catastrophe. They rest, quiet, intact, unbothered by time, as if still waiting for some forgotten ceremony to resume. The legends say the gods came from this lake. They say that Viracocha, the great creator deity, rose from these waters to craft the world, the sun, the moon. That beneath the lake's surface lies the original city, Wanaku or Wanake, a mythic cradle of civilization, where the first people emerged from the depths guided by divine hands. Perhaps this belief is not so distant from the ruins we now glimpse below. Perhaps the myth remembers what archaeology now rediscovers. And what are the people who built this place? They are gone. No records, no chronicles, only stones arranged in ways that still defy erosion. Their story is written not in ink, but in alignments, in echoes, in the steady refusal of their structures to vanish completely. It's easy to imagine the final days. Slow floods rising, rituals performed in desperation, voices chanting in the thin air while water lapped at sacred walls. Or perhaps there was no ending at all, only a transformation, a migration, a turning away from the visible to the hidden. Today, boats cross the surface, unaware. Tourists look out, admiring the vast horizon, the floating islands of reeds, the distant snow caps. Few know that just beneath, an entire narrative rests, not broken, not erased, but simply submerged. The city beneath the lake is not just an archaeological site. It is a reminder that the world we walk upon may not be all there is, that sometimes what we think is lost has simply gone still. That myth, in its own patient language, may tell the truth long before we believe it, and that beneath the brightest sun in the Andes, under the clearest sky in the world, the quietest ruins may hold the oldest memory. In the Fayum Basin of Egypt, where the desert meets marshland and the light lies flat across the sand, an ancient enigma waits beneath the earth, silent, buried, almost forgotten, near the pyramid of Amenemhat III Ahura. There once stood a structure described by ancient historians with reverence and awe. Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BCE, claimed to have seen it with his own eyes, a vast labyrinth with over 3,000 chambers, both above and below ground. He called it more wondrous than the pyramids. Others, like Strabo and Pliny the Elder, echoed the same amazement. Long colonnades, courtyards, interconnected halls. A place of order and illusion, a monument to memory and perhaps forgetting. But today, there is nothing, or almost nothing. Modern visitors see only the worn base of Amenemhat's pyramid, sunken and weathered, surrounded by sand and unassuming ruins. But in the early 20th century, archaeologist Flinders Petrie conducted extensive excavations here. Beneath layers of debris and Nile sediment, he uncovered foundations, blocks, fragments, layouts that seemed to match descriptions of a monumental complex. Not the labyrinth in full, but perhaps its shadow, its footprint, a ghost pressed into the ground. Was the labyrinth real, or was it symbolic? A metaphor for the complexity of the soul, of death, of passage? The name labyrinth carries weight in myth as well. The one in Crete held the Minotaur, a beast at the center of a twisting prison. But Egypt's labyrinth, if it existed as described, may have served a very different purpose. Some believe it was an administrative complex, a place where records, rituals, and legal matters unfolded in a maze of stone. Others suggest it was a temple of cosmic design, each corridor and chamber reflecting the order of the heavens or the stages of spiritual initiation. Imagine walking those halls. Cool stone beneath your feet, dim light filtering through upper chambers, every turn leading deeper into mystery. No signposts, no straight path, just echoing silence and the sense that the building itself was alive, watching, testing, teaching, and then buried. Some theories suggest earthquakes or floods weaken its walls. Others believe later rulers dismantled it for stone. In time, it vanished, swallowed not by myth, but by sediment and time. Today, satellite imagery and ground-penetrating radar hint at rectangular patterns below Hawora's fields. Lines too symmetrical to be natural, shapes too regular to ignore. But no one has excavated fully. The water table is high, the costs are daunting, and Egypt holds so many treasures. Who decides which ghost to chase? Still, the labyrinth remains, if not in brick and mortar, then in mind and memory. In the words of those who once stood before it, awestruck, in the spaces beneath our assumptions, where the past whispers possibilities we no longer expect. Perhaps it was a library, filled with papyrus scrolls now long decayed. Perhaps it was a tomb of kings, disguised in confusion. Perhaps it was a mirror of Egypt, of human striving, of the impulse to build order from chaos. The labyrinth of Hawara is not a place we can point to, not yet, but it is a story, one that spirals inward, not outward. A riddle not of walls, but of time, and in its echo we hear the hum of what might still lie just beneath the surface. Doorways unopened, paths unwalked, chambers waiting not for discovery, but for remembrance, in a remote fold of the Zagros Mountains, where wind carves stone and time moves like drifting smoke. There flickers a flame that has never gone out. It dances gently, a modest flicker compared to the roaring bonfires of myth, but it has endured. For thousands of years, this eternal fire has burned, fueled not by wood or oil, but by a steady breath from the earth itself. Natural gas seeping from the rock below. To the modern geologist, it is explainable, but to the ancient soul, it was something more. They called it sacred. Among the earliest to revere the fire were the followers of Zoroaster, or Zarathustra, whose teachings formed the roots of one of the world's oldest known religions. Fire, to Zoroastrians, is not a god itself, but a symbol of truth, of divine order, of Asha, a pure element through which Ahura Mazda's wisdom could be glimpsed. The eternal flame was not simply admired. It was kept, federal honored. Temples were built around such fires, attashburams, places where only the clean could enter, where the fire was tended with quiet ritual. Not one spark was allowed to die. In those spaces, the flame became a heartbeat, a constant, a reminder. And yet, the fire in the Zagros Mountains existed before temples, before names. It simply was, uninvited, unexplained, unwanted by no one. Locals still visit the spot. Some say prayers. Others offer silence. Children might throw stones nearby or trace their fingers through the ash-crusted earth. There are no grand ceremonies now. Just a presence, warm, unwavering. Scientists who visited measure its heat, its flow, its composition. It is methane, mostly, issuing from a deep subterranean source. There are others like across the region, smaller, weaker, often unnoticed. But this one is different. It is persistent, and in that persistence, it becomes something else. It becomes a symbol. What does it mean for a flame to burn without end? In a world where everything fades, erodes, dies, what does a permanent fire say to us? It reminds us of the Earth's hidden rhythms, the quiet geological processes that defy human timelines. It speaks of the deep, molten breath of the world, exhaled in a whisper that lights the air. And perhaps it speaks of our need for something eternal, some light that does not flicker, even when our faith does. The ancient Persians may have sat here too, watching as the sky grew dark and the fire stayed bright. They would have heard it crackle softly, watched shadows twist on the stones. They may have felt awe or fear or peace, or all three. They didn't need to know the chemistry. They felt its truth. And so, Even today, when we visit, we do not need to explain it. We can sit as they did and let the flame speak in its own language. It says, I was here before you. I will be here after. It says, not everything must end. In that glow, time becomes still. The world fades. And a simple flicker of light becomes a beacon, not just a science or myth, but of something quieter, something sacred. In the sun-cracked stillness of California's Colorado desert, far from the rhythm of any sea, stories whisper a ship, a galleon, they say, lying half buried beneath dunes and silence. Not a modern wreck, not an abandoned boat, but an ancient vessel weathered by time, with faded ghosts caught in the wrong world. It was first spoken of in the 1800s, when prospectors and ranchers roamed the desert searching for gold, water, or something unnamed. Among them, the tale grew, a ship large, strange, skeletal, stranded in the vast Salton Sink. Some said it carried treasure. Others said it was empty, its ribs exposed like the bones of a long-dead leviathan. And many laughed, but not everyone. Over the years, multiple reports emerged. A wagon driver claimed he glimpsed a curved wooden hull jutting from the sand. Another swore he saw iron nails, warped and rusting. A soldier spoke of weathered beams, carved in a style not known to the West. Some believed it was a Spanish treasure galleon, part of an expedition that took a wrong turn to the Gulf of California and found itself marooned after floodwaters and shifting riverbeds withdrew. Others claimed it was Viking, a wilder theory, born not from maps, but imagination. Still others said it was a mirage, a myth, a memory people wanted to see. But the desert plays tricks. It hides well. The Salton Sink, once part of a massive ancient lake system, had periods where water reached far inland. In the rare flood years of the 16th and 17th centuries, when the Colorado River changed course, it may have carried ships into shallow inland seas, and then receded, leaving their hulls behind. Could a ship have wandered that far? Could water have once lapped where now only cactus grows? Geologists map the shifting bones of the basin and find evidence of ancient floods, lake beds, forgotten inlets. There is logic here, just enough to keep the story alive. But no ship has ever been officially found. Searchers came with tools and maps. They dug, measured, gave up, returned. The desert, calm and unbothered, kept its own quiet. And yet the legend endures, not because it is proven, but because it sits perfectly at the edge of possibility, a place where history and hope overlap. A Spanish galleon in the sand is more than just wood and sail. It is a symbol of the improbable, a reminder that not everything we find must make sense. As the sun sets over the distant mountains and the sand cools to shadow, the wind carries a scent of sagebrush in time. And if you walk far enough and quietly enough, you might feel it too, that tug between disbelief and wonder, the idea that once, perhaps, the sea reached farther than we thought, and that something sailed across it, only to be swallowed not by waves, but by sand. What remains now may be only a story, but sometimes the story is a treasure. They came before names were etched into stone, before flags, before nations, before recorded pride. Across jungles, deserts, mountaintops, and islands, they lifted walls, aligned monoliths, shaped terraces, carved tunnels, and raised temples, not for glory, but for something else, something we still do not understand. At Easter Island, the Moais stare inland, solemn and unmoving, their backs to the sea. Carved from volcanic stone, they weigh many tons. Some stand upright. Others lie broken along ancient roads, abandoned mid-journey. The Rapa Nui remember, but even their stories fade into silence. How these statues moved, and why, remains a gentle enigma. In the high Andes, builders with no name fit stones together, so tightly no blade can slip between. At Sacsayhuaman and Ollantaytambo, massive andesite blocks, some weighing more than modern cranes can lift, rest in places by hand alone. Their cuts curve like puzzles, their patterns more like intention than necessity. Yet no text, no drawings, no signed origin remains. Far away, in the Indus Valley, cities like Mohenjo-daro rose with standardized bricks, subterranean drainage systems, and wide streets. Advanced urban planning, without war monuments, without palaces, without the dominance we usually associate with greatness. The script of the Indus people has not yet been read. We know their structures better than their words. And in the forests of Cambodia, the sprawling ruins of Angkor whisper of architects who blended cosmos and stone. Temples like Angkor what reflect constellations. Their symmetry, their scale, was once lost to the jungle and reclaimed by satellite imaging. Who planned such harmony? Who walked those endless corridors with offerings and prayers? Even in Europe, in Malta, Ireland, and parts of Sardinia, stone temples and megaliths predate the pyramids. With curved walls and solar alignments, they appear as echoes of dreams. Sanctuaries raised by cultures that left no kings, no stories carved in their own defense. These builders did not sign their names. No seals, no ego, only silence shaped into permanence. In honoring them, we honor something rare, creation without applause, labor for spirit or sky. Intellect used not to dominate, but to endure. We do not know their names, but we walk among their minds every time we stand within a stone circle, descend a step pyramid, or run fingers along walls carved in forgotten symmetry. There's a kind of reverence and anonymity in building something that outlives not just its makers, but its language, its legends, its identity. And there is humility in recognizing how much we owe to people whose names history did not bother to keep. They are still with us, in every corner of the earth, where stone rises against gravity and reason, and where silence speaks louder than books. The builders with no name do not ask us to solve them, only to notice, to be still, and to listen. Some journeys do not end with discoveries, but with stillness. We have wandered through buried cities and drowned temples, traced glyphs no one can read, and stood before relics whose silence speaks louder than explanation. We have listened to the hum of desert glass, followed the spiral of forgotten calendars, and gazed skyward through stone observatories that once mapped stars like prayer beads. And now we return, not to conclusions, but to quiet. The treasures we have seen are not trophies. They do not offer answers. They offer presence. They remind us that history is not linear, not finished, not fully found. That beneath every answer lies another layer of dust, and within every mystery, a reflection of ourselves. Curious, fallible, yearning to remember something we never learned. Each artifact, each place, each enigma we visited was never truly lost. It was only waiting to be noticed without conquest, observed without conquest, felt without demand. These moments, a whispering skull, a sealed tomb, a shattered mirror, ask nothing from us but stillness. And stillness is something we rarely give. The true value of these mysteries is not in what they hide, but in what they awaken. Wonder, respect, slowness, the ability to walk through time without rushing to own it. In this final section, there is no revelation, no twist, no ending, only the long breath of memory. Let it settle, let it soften. What was mysterious yesterday remains so tonight, and that's all right. Some things are not meant to be solved, only remembered. Like a dream you don't need to explain, only revisit when the world becomes too loud. So we leave this journey as we began, in stillness, not to say goodbye, but simply to rest.